What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Continue to rise. Another one of them. Rinse and repeat.
Boris Kirchmar.
Back to back 160 checkouts for Boris Kirchmar.
A double top.
Game shot and the match.
And it is
Richie
game
Bernett.
shot and the match to Richie Bernett.
To go within 2 points of Boris Kirchmar in the group.
Game
Double
shot
top
and
is
the match.
found. Not just
Game
potential
shot,
11
second leg,
darter, there
down
is an
Aspbury.
11 darter. To open up a 3-1 advantage. Look at a double top.
Game
Getting
shot,
double
full
top.
leg, Devon.
Looking.
One of those that you're never going to hit.
Game
When
shot,
you go,
full leg,
oh,
nails
it's now or
one
never, I've got to hit this.
It's the final day's worth of action in this Group A. It's Boris Kirchmar that leads the way, and he's looking to convert that lead all the way through to Saturday night. Have we recovered from yesterday just yet? It was such a dramatic day worth of sport, wasn't it? And I'm not talking about the football. It's the last day's worth of darts in this Group A, and it is Boris Kirchmar that's looking to lead the way. Scotty Dog Mitchell is alongside me for the remainder of the week, and it's fair to say so far Boris has kind of been head and shoulders above the rest of the field.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's come in. We thought, not everybody takes to the live lounge on their debuts and first occasions, but he's taken it like a duck to water, and he absolutely loves it in here. He loves the atmosphere in here. He loves the way it feels to play within, and he's played really well off the back of it.
Let's have a look at the table then after the end of 2 days worth of play. And it's Boris Kirchmar that has a 2-point lead over Ryan Brownley. Big gap between second and third. There's going to be a fight between Aspbury, Bernett and Peterson for that final spot in Group B. Niels Hindo has picked up just a solitary win from his opening 2 days worth of play. But let's begin by talking about Boris Kirchmar. As I say, head and shoulders ahead of the rest of the field, and just has had this reliability, hasn't he, all week?
He has. It's really, he's done exactly what he's needed to do against the opponents that he's needed to do it to. And I mean, Ryan Brownley was his closest sort of competitor for the top of the group there yesterday. And he poked back-to-back 160 shot outs. And I've never seen it in my life. And I actually said to Ryan on the way in this morning, we walked in together, and I said, I've not seen that in 20-odd years of playing top-quality darts. And I said, you probably won't see it for another 20-odd either. He was just unlucky, but he was unlucky to be on the receiving end. But it's just pure skill from Boris. But he had a target. Ryan is his closest rival, and he pulled out his best game against him.
Well, let's talk about Ryan then, and about his week so far, because if Boris has played maybe to his A game, Ryan Brownley's been able to play a B game and still pick points up.
I've been really impressed with Ryan. I said that I've been impressed with him all week, and nothing has happened in the last 2 days to change that fact for me. There's been times where he's been behind in games, and he has that gritty, steely determination of one so young, which you don't usually see. It's usually a hissy fit and the teddy's out of the pram, and why is it happening to me? But Ryan doesn't do that. He doesn't do any of that, and he just comes back, composes himself, and gets the job sorted. And to be honest, he's the only one that's beat Boris this week, and to be fair, he's the only one that looks like turning Boris over this week.
Well, let's have a look at the odds then. This is what the bookies think about today's action. And perhaps no surprises that Boris Kirchmar goes off as heavy a favourite as he is at 1-5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the way that he's played this week, that is no surprise. Devon, Richie and Dan, really long shots. I mean, I think Boris's arm's got to fall off, and Ryan Brownley's got to fall off the stage and bump his head for any three of those to get near the top.
Well, let's hope that don't happen. 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. And we're going to see Ryan Brownley in action in the first game of the day. He's a couple of points off of Boris Kirchmar. he's going to need everything to go his way if he's going to win this group. He's in action in our opening match, and we can hear from him now. Right, 2 days into your Super Series campaign, how would you say it's gone so far?
It's gone all right, to be fair. Over the weekend, I set myself try and get 4 wins on the first day. That happened. Same happened yesterday. Leg difference isn't quite as good as I'd want it to be, but I've still got a fighting chance.
A couple of points off Boris Kirchmar at the beginning of the day. Does it feel like one of those days where maybe you have to complete the card to get through?
Sort of, but even if I do complete the card, it's trying to win 4-0, 4-1s and hoping he loses a couple of legs and maybe another game to try and go through, but just have to see what happens.
Is that something you're subconsciously thinking of, that legs difference, that perhaps not just winning, but maybe winning by margins?
It's certainly up there, but just try and get every win I can.
How have you found the week so far? Because there's been a lot of tough matches in that group, haven't there?
It's quite a difficult week. When the group got announced, I was like, it's not a nice week, that. But I know I'm capable of my game. I've beat better players than what's in the room, but just have to play against what they show.
It's going to be a busy few weeks for yourself, regardless of what you do this week. You're going to be back in the middle of August for the Rising Stars week.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one, playing against the likes of Jensen Walker, Thomas Banks, Charlie Manby. Be a good week.
Well, wish you all the best, and those and Des, wish you all the very best today. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Ryan Brownley needs a big day if he's going to push for glory Group A. His first assignment, Dan Aspbury from Telford in the Midlands. His objective is to get into the night session on Thursday and Friday evening, ensuring of a Group B position. But for Ryan, well, his ambitions are much loftier than that, although, as I say, he's going to need the day of days to do it. But Dan, 32 years of age from Telford in the Midlands. Twice he's made it through to the weekly final up against Ryan Brownley, one of the brightest young talents that the sport has. The 17-year-old from Blythe, weekly finalist in Series 9, Week 2. And we are going to see him at the Rising Stars Week. That's going to take place in the middle to end of August. Tickets for that are available via dartshop.tv. George Baker is the man in charge, presiding over proceedings here in Portsmouth on this Wednesday morning, and his first job is to call Dan Aspbury to the hockey to get the day's action underway. Scott Mitchell is with me in commentary for the remainder of the week, and Dan's just quietly gone about his business this week in a really effective manner.
He has, but I just get the feeling when I was here with Sam on Monday, who knows Dan very well, we were here in commentary chatting, and there's more to come from Dan. You know, this is his kind of average to kind of just under average game. 43. You know, he's got more in the tank, and maybe it's a little bit over trying, but I've been impressed with his base game and the way that he throws and the way that his mental attitude towards it all is. He's another one that you feel is, if he can get in that nice freedom of rhythm.
180.
Thank you very much, Dan, making me look like I know what I'm talking about. Pops in a 180. That there is more to come from him, and I'm not really too worried
84.
what group he drops into, whether it's B or C. I think with the game that he has and starting on zero again, I think he'll be a front runner and be pleased to be starting on zero
45.
again and having another shot at it.
Well, Brownley looking to leave himself first to finish against the throw, but needs a shovel to find and leave said finish.
47.
Not to be, and so Aspbury 6 darts on 173 to get a hold of throw in the opening leg of this game. And going about his business quite well.
95.
Yeah, bumped into Ryan Brownley on the way in this morning. He'd been to a local burger chain to get his
47.
sustenance
Daniel
for
requires 78.
the session. I will say his bag was about 3 times smaller than the one that I used to get before I started my day's play.
Game shot in the first leg, Dan Aspbury.
And a nice little finish there from Dan Aspbury. 78, that'll set him up for the day.
Game on.
What I think Brownley has to be careful of is that he targets the Boris game maybe. He's played it down in the interview, which is the right way to do it for me. Played down being able to make the top of the group. But what he can do is have a really good day today and set an impression for the other guys to the Group B that he's going to drop into. I can't see him not doing that. It would be disastrous if he doesn't. Something major has gone wrong. But he's going to drop into Group B. So for him today, of all the days here at the Super Series, this is kind of a free hit for him today. If he plays well with freedom, there's an outside chance. It's probably only a 25% chance, but there's an outside chance that he can still top the group.
139.
But realistically, when you come here, there are not going to be many days like this at the Modus Super Series where you have a day of freedom. So I'd like to see him enjoy the day.
57.
And try and get those 90 to 100 averages out there, which we've seen him do on, the JDC Advanced Tour and things, where he's been a constant winner there.
Yeah, had a good year on the development tour in the top 10 of that particular order of merit.
55.
Good end to the year on that dev tour. Could see him maybe squeeze into the World Championships with an extra spot on offer for that in 2026.
83.
Johnny Manby, another player we've seen have good success here, currently occupies the final position to Alexandra Palace through those particular means, although a lot will also depend on the
85.
type of end of year that a few tour card holders that are around the bubble are enjoying or enduring.
Yeah, let's not forget this spot's from the Dev Tour in the UK Open as well,
20.
which is played around April in 2026 now, when you think about it. So that there are still spots for him to be going for.
Ryan Brownley.
Even if he, doesn't make
Third leg is Dan to throw
the very
first.
top of the
Game
Dev
on.
Tour. The opportunities that are around now
134.
pretty astounding, really. And it's the age-old adage of, are you better off if you're outside the top 64 without a tour card?
180.
If you're outside the top 80, I would say yes. But if you're pushing around that top 80, 85, pushing for that top 64 spot,
46.
then there's no better place to be than with the elite of our sport on the Pro Tours, because that is the best place to learn. Seeing Bo Greaves
96.
saying that should you get an automatic card, it's a bit of a free shot. Nobody would expect too much of her. Well, I'm going to have to wake you up there, Bo. I think you need to wake up and smell the coffee, because I think people will expect things of you because of the talent and the darts that she's throwing. I mean, we've seen her here, and the elegance at which she throws, the composure at which she has.
80.
Would she have that composure if she wasn't quite winning so much, is my question. Playing up against the lads, we saw it with Lisa Ashton, and she went and held a tour card for 2 years of her own right and affected her game a bit. But I just think that if you got an opportunity for a tour card, you have to take it. Having been there, and yeah, you can say that I probably failed because I kept the card for a couple of years and lost it
Ryan Brownley.
very narrowly. But I'm better player for the experience, a better person for the experience.
And you get the sense that Ryan Brownley's going to be a player that spends many a year plying his trade on the professional circuit. Gets a break there to lead Dan Aspbury by 2-1. All he can do is win his games and hope that other things go his way. If he's going to win the group, he's going to have to complete the card. And realistically,
136.
Boris Kirchmar is going to have to lose 2 games. And that's just mainly because of the gap that he's got to try and overhaul in terms of the legs difference. Before this game got underway,
60.
there was a 15-leg difference between Ryan and Boris in the league standings. To put that in perspective, you can only overturn a maximum of 8 legs in a round's worth of games. So effectively, Boris has a 2-match lead in terms of the legs difference if it was to go to that particular metric.
I think you're right. I think we're going to be talking about Ryan Brownley for the next 20 years. And when we're sat here in 20 years' time,
140.
I'll be sat here with my grey hair. You'll be sat here with your no hair. And we'll still be talking about this young man because I think that he's got a bright, long future in the game.
180.
3 180s in the last 2 legs for Ryan Brownley.
58. Ryan, you require
And
127.
he leads himself on 127 to move 2 legs clear in this game. Double 8.
111.
Would have been the first real big moment of this Wednesday morning. Would have been a 12 darter as well. But in a very good position here, Ryan, to move himself 2 legs
56.
clear.
Ryan
And have
requires
full
16.
control of the contest, needing just one more to at least get himself back on terms in terms of the points haul in this league table.
Game
No
shot in the
issue with the
fourth
double
leg.
4,
Ryan
14
Brownley.
darter. Brownley finds himself 3-1 to the good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fifth leg
And
is
again,
Dan to
we've
throw
seen
first.
a
Game up.
composure from Brownley. Again, he went 1-0 down in this match, and there was just no panic from him. You know, that he's got ice running through his veins, and I
100.
think this is a huge plus for this young man, and for somebody of this age to not have panic, to not have stress.
45.
I remember when I was playing at 17 or 18 and I'd lose a leg and I'd be wanting to run through the wall head first. He has none of that. None of that.
I think that also shows the
60.
kind of credit that systems like the JDC need to be given. The fact that, yes, they're giving the players an avenue to play in and an avenue to improve themselves, but it's every single facet of the game. I mean, to the point as well where
100.
they're getting things like media training, they get other training, which I suppose when you've got people like Steve Brown who've been on the professional tour, on the professional circuit for as many years as they have,
140.
some of the things they probably thought maybe they needed but didn't get as shortcomings is something they can then actually bring down to the next generation to ensure that they get everything they need, not just in a darting sense, but all
43.
the other bits around the sides that will help them succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the JDC. I mean, I'm a ambassador for the Andover Darts
60.
Academy, and I am a poor ambassador. Actually, I don't get there as often as I should, but the problem is we're all still doing stuff at the same time, being such an active dart player that I am. But I've seen it firsthand. Even the Darts Academies, you don't have to be part of the
140.
JDC.
Daniel Carr,
The Andover Darts
141.
Academy is known sort of up and down the country as one of the first darts academies that actually worked. And the way those guys run these academies and the players that they're producing and the etiquette that they're
93.
teaching the young players before they even get to the JDC. And with the Luke Littler effect, these academies are up and down the country. They are appearing all over the place. We have one now down in Poole in Dorset, and we've
Daniel
never
Maguire,
had a youth
48.
academy. You know, the county youth system disappeared, but it needs to be there, and we find players like Ryan
Game
Brownley.
shot in the fifth leg. Dan Aspbury.
Good stuff again from Aspbury. Nice tops to take it back to 3-2, but Brownley has the darts to close
Sixth
this
leg,
game
it's
out
Ryan to throw first.
and put another
Game
couple of points on the table and go level with Boris and just keep a little bit of pressure on him as the day goes on. This is what he wants to be doing. You want Boris looking over
57.
his shoulder, and Ryan Brownley has an opportunity to do that because you never know what could happen.
Well, we speak about Ryan Brownley being a product of the JDC.
123.
Dan Aspbury, a product of the ADC, won a qualifier around about a year ago to get here. Made an instant impact on debut, won a Group A, got straight through to the Saturday night, and has been a regular invitee ever since to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. And it just goes to show the route that has for maybe some of the older players that maybe were a good young
60.
player, dropped off, life happens, family happens, possibly, and then decide, you know what, after a little bit of time, I fancy coming back into the game, or I fancy giving myself a shot at the game, which maybe I never took seriously before, and all of a sudden you can turn yourself into a superstar very quickly.
96.
You're absolutely right. And with the Luke Littler effect, and we keep talking about it, you never got the opportunities when you were younger. You were always looked at and go, no, he's got
45.
years, he's got time, he's got this, he's got that. Now, if you're good enough, you're old enough. It doesn't matter about your age. We've only got to look at the likes of Jaden Walker, who's in my neck of the woods, and he goes round the local leagues just
162.
duffing everybody up. You know, I think I'm the only one in Dorset that he hasn't beat yet of the big names. So I've stopped playing league darts. He's not getting me. But no,
40.
he's such a
Ryan,
talent
you're
and such a and
146.
he's being encouraged now. Whereas before, you know, clubs and pubs were saying, "Oh no, he's not old enough to come in." There was always a reason for them. But Brownley here, there's a reason for this. He will win 4-2 if this double 16 goes.
130.
Stopped and had a good look at it, and it was a great effort. But he'll be back. Ashby back on 2-3-3. Looking for 1-3-3 here to lead the straight ton and a 2-dart.
133.
Clever
Ryan,
thinking
you
again
require
from Aspbury.
16.
But this could be it as Brownley looks at double 8 to get the job done for 2. Now look at a double 4. And
Game
double
start,
4 is
and the
found
match,
to
Ryan
complete
Brownley.
a 4-2 victory for Ryan Brownley. He gets the better of Dan Aspbury and he gets his day off to a winning start. And he just tells Boris Kirchmar that he will be riding on his coattails throughout the course of the day. And that an impressive performance to start. Averaged under 95, 4 for 9 on his doubles. Coming up next, Evan Peterson takes on Boris Kirchmar.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The day began with a 4-2 win, for Ryan Brownley against Dan Aspbury, which has put the pressure on Boris Kirchmar, who gets his day underway with a meeting against Evan Peterson. He was top of the table by 2 points going into the opening game of the day. He is still top, but only now by virtue of his very strong legs difference over Devon, who is using today as a vehicle to get his game up to shape for the remainder of the week. The 39-year-old from Mitchell's Plain, the ADC Global Champion, up against Boris, the 45-year-old from Zagreb in Croatia, making his debut in this competition. And what an imprint he has already made to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. I'm watching all the action today in the company of the 2015 champion of the world, Scott Mitchell. Now, Scott, we always laud you for your 1 world championship. Well, we should laud Boris Kirchmar for his 8 in the soft tick game.
First leg, it's Devon to throw
should
first.
be banned. Once you win one, you should let somebody else experience it, not be greedy. I'm a firm believer of that. You should only win one every 5 years or something. Give somebody else a chance.
100.
That's why Glenn only won 1 Premier League.
Well, it's good of him. It's good of him to sort of win the 1 Premier League and then take a dive for the rest of his career. But I appreciate that from him. It's lovely of him, and I hold him in high esteem because of it.
Now, Boris has been by far and away the best player in this group. Only player over the course of the first 2 days to average in excess of 91.15 is average over the first 2 days worth of play. Best doubles percentage of anybody. 35%, 39 hits, 109 attempts. 5-ton plus checkouts, including a 167, the highest check of the week. I could go on and on, really, talking about the numbers with Boris, but he's just been the standout player so far.
He has indeed, and you sound surprised. You know those eight stars on his shirt. He didn't get them from a My Little Pony sticker book. You know what I mean? He's earned those.
96.
And he, for somebody, what we don't understand here in the UK is how much more difficult it is for Boris
59.
and from somebody from the countries. And there they are. There's those 8 world championships, and though. For somebody like Boris from the country that he's in, to be able to achieve
100.
that, there is much more effort needed to achieve that than there is probably the ones that anybody else is winning in the UK. Because
120. Boris,
you know, we've chatted with him. He's got 40-odd European titles in various things, from cricket to 501 games to doubles to team games to singles.
Boris Kirchmar.
You know, he's an out-and-out winner. He may have been playing soft tip for many years, and
second leg is Boris
first world title back in the 2000s. But he's a multiple winner, and when you're a winner, it gives you an attitude that I'm going to continue to do this. I did speak to him earlier, and he did tell me that he's using his little 16-gram soft tip darts here. And he has got a steel tip conversion to them. He said he did try some proper soft steel tip darts once at 21 grams, but they were too heavy for him. He couldn't use them, and I'm like, oh my God. That'd make Ryan Searle's hair curl, I think, if he heard that. Would it, Ryan Searle being coming down from 36 grams to a 32-gram dart so he can hit more 180s, which I find, preposterous.
Well, we can have a look at the setup now of both players. At the setup of Devon, which saw that third dart go anywhere but heaven. And for Boris, the actual dart, he can convert out from a soft tip to a steel tip. So basically, he just takes the point out. So when he's playing steel tip, as effectively as that, he'll put the steel tip point in. And then when he goes back to playing soft tip competition, he'll just take it out, re-screw in the soft tip, and all is good. But this is good. Well, it's more than good. This is exceptional so far. 14 darter to win the first leg, potential 11 to win leg 2. Boris Kirchmar means business. He knew he had to get on to a quick start to really take this group away from Ryan Brownley, and that is exactly what he's doing up to press. Average so far of 120.24, which was the 2024 seasonal best. It's the 2025 seasonal best. It was hit by David Evans in the opening week of Series 11 here. And Boris is playing the type of darts which so far has been irresistible.
100.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. And he's not just doing it against anybody. He's doing it against the ADC Global Champion here in the form of Devon Peterson.
I just thought between the three of you, there's 10 stars on the shirts, although Boris is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that particular department.
All stars come to the live lounge, Henry.
100.
We've got to have stars here so that we can employ the minions like you to help us do our job.
Interesting. I was speaking to
81.
Devon about what he was going to do with that Global Championship trophy, because obviously the common theme is when you win a World Championship, you put a star on the shirt, whatever sport it is. But there's not really a
134.
global example really elsewhere. And Devon was actually thinking about potentially putting a globe on his shirt. Hasn't quite come to
58.
fruition.
Boris,
However,
you require
first things first, Mr.
167.
Dartsmath started up on 309.
See, that's why you're you. You're speaking so highly of him,
85.
and then mention that he goes, maybe it's not your chosen route for 309.
You build them up to then break them down. Anyway, Kirchmar is breaking
60.
down Devon
Boris, you
Peterson. He is
require 82.
demolishing him, destroying him so far. All the superlatives in the book. This a 3-0, and Peterson hasn't even had the opportunity to break sweat so far.
40 scored, 42 left.
50.
He's his favourite double 16. The other thing that's very impressive about Boris is the two games are very different, steel tip and soft tip. So a lot of the soft tip is predominantly played on the bullseye until you start
100.
playing
Boris,
sort
you
of
require
cricket and
32.
so on and so forth. So, and most of the games within soft tip, it's about what you miss, not what you hit. It's the total opposite to steel tip. And I know that sounds
Game
very
start the
strange.
third
He's just
leg.
hit
Boris
double
Kirchmar.
8 to go 3-0. So the contrast between the
Fourth
two,
leg
I
is
would
Boris
imagine
to
it's
throw
very
first.
difficult to mix
Game
the
on.
two games, which is something else that he finds very easy. Particularly the game of cricket is a absolute
85.
mind full of mind games on how you play and go around the board. And if you see your player go on the 20s to start, then you go to the 90. It is just masterful how
100.
some tactics work with that. Whereas the steel tip game is very, very simple. It's the first one to the end and that's it. So for him to be able to
60.
toy the two in the last few years, but it looks like he's going to head towards a steel tip direction, because obviously with the way that the PDC has been working, the financial
52.
rewards are huge. And I suppose Boris would rather fly from Croatia over to the UK maybe, or Germany, than having to go all the way to Asia on a 20-hour flight to play soft tip
180.
for not quite the same amount of money. So it's a similar sort of scenario to life, really. If you're a trolley collector for,
100.
say, a brand like Tesco's, and Sainsbury's is up the road and offer you more money to do the same job, it's only natural in life you go and do it.
125.
Well, this has been an exemplary start for Boris Kirchmar. 51 left after 12, average of 106.5, and Devon Peterson has almost been playing the role of pacemaker, just playing the role of the guy
135.
who's
Boris,
just
you
stood
require
up
51.
against the brilliance of Boris in this game. It's double 18.
42.
That's 2 missed match
Devon,
darts,
you
and his
require
average goes down to
114.
103. And Devon hasn't had a dart at a double yet in this game, but he should do now. He will do now, but
74.
he won't get. And so Boris
you require
back
9.
to kick his day off perfectly, looking to seal a 4-0 win if he can find double 4. Double 2. Well, that's going to
5.
nosedive the average.
Devon, you require 40.
Yeah, it is, and this is unusual from Boris. He's been finishing brilliantly
Game starting the fourth leg.
in
Devon
this Group A in the
Peterson.
last 2 days, and that's what's got him to the top of the group. A rare,
Fifth leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
a rare stumbling block for Boris, but with a 3-0 lead, you don't feel that he's going to let this go, but Devon is
180.
showing a bit of bounce back ability here. He's not going anywhere just yet.
140.
I think if Boris was a film star, he would make a great baddie in James Bond, wouldn't he?
60.
Wouldn't he? Like a lead character, I crush your head. He would be great at it.
100.
First time I actually met Boris this week, and I've got to say, and I'm not just saying this for the sake of saying, he is absolutely a gentleman.
Yeah, he is. Like I say, I met him a few
60.
years ago when I had my tour card around the same time as he did, and we were sat in a Toby Carvery, and I invited him over to come and sit with us. And he was going, no, come and sit with us. And I didn't realise at that time he hardly spoke a word of English. So now, 2 years on, he speaks a lot more English, and
69.
you know, he's very good, sort of 60%. He's better than my Croatian anyway. So, and I believe he's been having English lessons as well, because travelling this way with the PDC, so I need to know the English. So he has the English lessons from home. So fair play to him.
Well, Peterson's not going to find the 132, so Kirchmar back for 88 to get the job done. The average around the ton mark goes over the ton mark until those missed doubles in the previous leg to wrap it up 4-0.
60.
And he's missing multiple chances to get this game wrapped up. And if Peterson takes out this 84, all of a sudden this game just gets a little bit interesting when it looked like it was all but over. Oh, great recovery with Dart 2. Gives himself a shot at tops.
The fifth leg. Devon
well, he's
Peterson.
only been afforded 3 goes at a double so far. He's found 2 of them, and he's forced Boris Kirchmar to serve it out.
First. Game up.
Yeah, but the ADC Global Champions getting his muscles out. He's saying, you're not whitewashing me.
Now then, let's talk about that Global Championship, because actually,
95.
if Boris fancies it, it's something that he could play in at the end of the year. We know Devon's going to be here because he gets an automatic invite as the defending champion of the competition.
44.
Yeah, but he'd have to qualify. I mean, you don't just get given these spots, you know.
So yeah, he qualified as courtesy of winning that Global Championship last year. And there are opportunities open to all across Europe. So if Boris fancied the idea of playing it, he can play in qualifiers and across the tour events. Although I'm sure that he'll be looking at that Southern European qualifier for the World Championship this year as a real option to get back to the Alexandra Palace. If he plays darts like this, then it's going to be hard to really push against him in that tournament. Potential 11 darter to eventually wrap it up. And I don't think this time Devon Peterson's going to be given another route back in this match, because he is a long way off in this leg. Average goes above the 101 mark again. And I tell you now, Boris will just want to get this wrapped up now, because he got to 3 quite quickly and quite easily, and all of a sudden it's just beginning to become a little bit hard work for him.
Yeah, starting to unravel in it, but I think he's got enough time this time, unless Devon pops in a trademark 180.
85. Boris, you require 48.
Well, he would have fought an Oates. He should have been off the stage a few moments ago, but he could wrap it up here. Double 16. Double 8.
40.
3 from 13 now on the doubles, and a huge chunk of those misses have come with match-winning opportunities in hand.
125. Boris,
is this finally it? Double 2.
Game shot.
To eventually wrap it up. He had a lot of darts and a double to win it, and eventually he finds that the first 3 legs are absolutely blistering for Boris Kirchmar. His average was in excess of 110 before he went for a match-winning opportunity. He'll have to settle for something just under 96, but crucially, the 2 points are on the board. Next up, Niels Heinz Show, Richie Bernett. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Wins already this morning for the top two, Ryan Brownley and Boris Kirchmar, both with impressive performances as well. Boris Kirchmar going 2 points clear before the break with a 4-2 success against Devon Peterson. In the end, the average being only just under the 96 mark because for a time he was averaging way over the ton. Next up for us, Niels Hindo, the 55-year-old from Samsø in Denmark, throwing with the super slim sticks up against the irreplaceable Richie Bernett, the 58-year-old Prince of Wales, former weekly runner-up in Series 8. That the best part of a year ago now. And I just get the sense, having spoken to him this morning, that we might get the full range of Richie Bernett emotions. I passed him in the corridor around about an hour before play got underway. I asked him, "Hi Richie, how are you?"
Niels to throw first. Game on.
And he said, "Not great, but thank you for asking."
Short, sharp, and straight to the point.
Well, words to
60.
those effects, let's put it that way. I think for Richie, these weeks can perhaps become a little bit long now, and I think he will be focusing his efforts as much as he'd like to get into group. In fact, he'd actually been done a favour because Dan Aspbury lost by the margin he did. He's actually been promoted into third coming into this particular match. But I think he'll almost now try and focus his energy on
45.
having a good end to the week, focus his energy on Thursday and Friday. And I suppose a little bit like Devon used today as a bit of a free hit.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, not set yourself any goals or targets today
45.
other than finding your A game. When you haven't found it over the last 2 days, as long as you make an improvement on the last 2 days here on the third day, I think you go into Thursday, Friday, whichever group you're in, with a kind of newfound vigour for the game and a newfound interest. And when it's not going wrong, well, it's not going right and it's going wrong in the first 3 days, the last day can be a long day because you know you can't move too far. But I think Richie will just be searching for that A game, even if it's in fits
55.
and starts, because he kind of hasn't had that in the last 2 days.
But what we do know about Richie is when it clicks together, it really can click together. Interesting, he's actually had the most 180s of
140.
any player in this group so far. 16 of them prior to today's play getting underway.
Yeah, you have to say the only thing that's been clicking for Richie this week so far is his shoulder.
30.
The game hasn't quite clicked into place yet. You see, when he's here and he's standing so
60.
still for those first 2 darts, he just looks, everything looks like the Richie of old from the 90s. We forget, he's been around a long time, you know.
43.
58
Richie
years old
require
now.
142.
And these Group A campaigns, I can tell you, are not easy. To remain motivated and knowing that if you don't get through those first 3 days, for us older guys, it's vital that you get through and get a couple of days rest.
Which is why I think there's 1 or 2 players that may, moving forward, possibly look at a model of
100.
maybe
Richie
look at more
require
playing Group
99.
Bs and Group Cs. Focus your energies maybe on a shorter sprint as opposed to the full week, horses for courses kind of
59.
thing.
Niels, you require
Neil's
88.
looking at 88 to take the opening leg of this contest. And he's going to get a look. Well, he should have had a look at the bullseye, but he chased the treble and he paid the price for it.
Look, that happens more often than not. I reckon that happens a good 50% of the time when a player
39.
goes chasing the
Richie,
treble.
you require 40.
And then ultimately you go wrong with your
Game
last
shot in
dart
the
as
first
well.
leg. Richie Bernett.
Bernett comfortably converts for a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first.
22
Game up.
darts, and it's been a theme for Hindo this week that when he's good, he's good. You know, those short legs are there, but he just hasn't been consistent enough
125.
and kept his opponents under enough pressure for him to really keep the foot on their throat. Like I say, he's been around a long time, and I've known of him for a long time, and he's
80.
been a class player and one of the top Danish players for a while, but he's He's got to find himself in the next 2 days if he's going to
180.
make it to Saturday night.
Yeah, he's shown spells of brilliance, but I think he'll be the first to admit that when push has come to shove, there's just been times where really he's kind of been found wanting.
60.
And Richie Bernett here is just beginning to up the levels a little bit. It's not near his absolute peak of performance, but you're just getting the sense that he's just beginning to find something.
140.
That was almost back-to-back 180s. Potential lever darter here to win leg 2 if all of his joints are in place.
45. Richie, you require 56.
56 after 9 is not too shabby from Bernett at all. 11 darter coming in, 12 darter coming in.
36.
But this has been the story of his week. It's the outer ring. He's, just made 30% on his doubles, and he's had an awful lot of
100.
opportunities,
Richie,
hasn't he,
require 20.
to reduce that percentage.
Well, he's got plenty of opportunities to win this leg. So all the way back on 216.
No score.
Can't apply any pressure, and Bernett dazed, perplexed, off balance.
41. Richie, you require 20.
So double 10 is still plenty of time because Hind's still not on a
shot in the
finish.
second leg. Richie
Eventually
Bernett.
gets it done and eventually moves into a 2-0 lead.
He
Third
looks
leg
to the
is
sky
Neil's
for
to throw
help,
first.
heads
Game
off over to the speaker, puts all his equipment on the speaker, and the speaker looks after that for him. Doesn't trust the
45.
table.
$60. $85.
Few warm-up exercises after 2 legs for Richie,
180.
and it does clearly work for him. We have all sorts of actions behind other players' throw. We have the ghost throw, people pretending to throw a dart.
99.
Cam Crabtree does that, and that's easy for me to say, Henry. And yeah, he's one of those that does it. Nice bit of ghost throwing behind.
40.
Nice of Cam to get a mention.
Cam always gets a mention. Runner up in the Europe Cup
60.
pairs, my partner. Carried me all the way, he did.
God, I bet if you're in a room with you and Cam, you would never get a word in edgeways, would you?
No, you wouldn't.
180.
Does not stop talking, does that lad?
More hair product in our room when we're at the Europe Cup than the entire Swedish ladies dart team.
Case of Sergei Borowski sometimes with Cam. Anyway, Bernett 41
31.
left after 12
Richie,
for the
you
double
require
break and a 3-0
41.
lead. Double top for 14 darter. And he's been able just to
21.
really swan around in his own time, has Bernett in this game. Hindso has not even been in the same postcode in this contest up to press. And I'll tell you one thing Richie can do is he can
Richie,
really
you
put himself in a
require
position to
20.
get Group B wrapped up quite quickly today because he's in control of this game. Now, doesn't have to go for double 5.
10.
Could have contemplated his options there if he wanted to. But if he wins this game, which it looks likely he does, he then takes on Dan Aspbury in his second match, wins that.
45. Richie, you require 10.
And Ryan Brownley is the favourite against Devon Peterson. He'd be 4 points clear of the other players in the Group B race with 6 points left to play for.
Game shot in the
And
third
he's 3-0
leg.
up in
Richie
this one. He's
Bernett.
got the double break and he's been able to do it really in his own time.
Fourth leg is Richie to throw first. Game on. $81.
Although you wouldn't mind spending a day in commentary with Cam, would you?
Jack
Because you could
24.
just fall asleep and just leave him to his own devices.
I've got to be honest, I think he'd make a great commentator in years to come, but he's so young that we don't want him commentating
100.
just yet. Let him get on with the darts. I think he's so into the game, I think he would be very good. He'd be your nightmare, having him sat next to you and having to keep calling him Cram every 2 minutes. But yeah.
I think there's a number of players, actually, when you think about the world of broadcasting, that could
11.
do it. I think Luke Humphries is absolutely, if he wants to when he retires, is destined to sit in a comms box.
But financially, will he need to do it, Henry?
Possibly not,
60.
but I'm not being funny. The way the sport's going to be in the next few years, it carries on rising the way it does. The broadcaster might pay him a fee which is too good to refuse. But I do think he's a very good option.
99.
Yeah, I would agree. I totally agree with where you're coming from. I got to be honest, I thought Mr. Taylor did a nice job a few weeks ago. I thought he
60.
turned the pundit role very well indeed. I think when you've been up there and experienced life in the fast lane and the high octane levels of your
67.
nervous system being pushed to the limits on that stage, I think you do understand the game a little bit better.
I know Mervyn King's done some
55.
broadcast work, hasn't he, in the past? I think he did a Eurotour event once upon a time. Someone fell ill, I think, during the tournament, and Mervyn, I think, got knocked out early and basically said, do you fancy giving it a go? Gave it a go. He was actually fairly good at it, was our Merv.
I'm a big fan of Tony O'Shea. I think Tony O is fantastic at it, straight to the point. And I'm surprised that we
100.
haven't
Niels,
seen
you
him
require 84.
have more opportunity going into it.
The only problem with Tony, he's a very, very busy man, isn't he? As Niels gets his first look at a double in this
36.
game, and that double was
Richie,
the
you
ball.
require 120.
So Bernett rounded off by 4-0. Looking at 120. He's had full control of this match from the very first dart. Is he going to wrap it up here?
80. Niels, you require 48.
There's the answer.
Yeah, I think Tony even on one occasion has had an invite into the jungle, I think, is the rumour that I've heard.
16.
A few years ago
Richie,
now,
you require
but
40.
I think he turned it down because he was too busy.
Could you imagine Richie Bernett and I'm a Celebrity get me out of here?
35.
Right, a bit
Niels,
more
you
time to talk
require
about that now
32.
because he's making a bit of a mess of wrapping this game up, and
Game
Niels has
shot
found the
fourth
double
leg,
16.
Niels Hindo. Fifth leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game up. $40.
I'll tell you who else, he did some bits on Talk Sport with Andy Goldstein before the Premier League final. I thought he was really good. But actually Scott Williams.
To be honest,
41.
I've just been watching. The last few weeks, I've seen Scott's popped up and doing sort of blog type stuff on social media, and some of it's very good actually. And I think that
67.
he talks a lot of sense, straight to the point, and he's quite a controversial character with the dart in his
59.
hand. But one of those that I've always got on with. I'm off the board and. There's a certain arrogance he has, and that you need when you're playing.
121.
For some, that's what makes them tick. But off the board, he's quite a pleasant fella, and another one who will tell you the truth whether you
100.
like it or not. He's not going to beat around the bush, and he's not doing it to wind you up or upset you. He's just saying how he sees it.
134.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a time and a place where we'll see some big names of now sit, well, in your seat. Not because you've been sacked, but because you've only got one chair.
139.
We all have a shelf life, Henry. We all have a shelf life.
And I've outstayed my welcome, but they haven't found anybody else just yet.
99.
Only for 2 years
Richie,
you've
you
outstayed
require
it.
161.
But yes, no, you're absolutely right. No, I love the concept. Here we go.
97. Niels, you require 40.
So getting the last leg has given Niels a little bit of a G up here. Can he convert this tops?
No score.
The answer to that
Richie,
is
you require
no.
64.
So is this finally it? Bernett's got 2 in his hand at double 8.
Game shot and the match.
Of
Richie
which he
Bernett.
only needs the 1 to wrap up a 4-1 win. Well, judging by his facial expression, it looked hard work for Richie Bernett, but he's got the better of Niels Hindo by 4 legs to 1. He's got his day off to a winning start. And Bernett having a conversation about what he saw in that game. Coming up next, Ryan Brownley takes on Devon Peterson.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big 1.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is how the table looks following the first round's worth of games. Boris Kirchmar with a 2-point lead over Ryan Brownley in second. Richie Bernett a long way back, but in charge of the race of the final Group B position. And that is how things look as we enter game number 4, which is Ryan Brownley up against Devon Peterson. Ryan can move himself back level on point, and then he'll have to hope that Niels Hindo can pull off an upset against Boris Kirchmar in game number 6. Time is running out for the man from Blythe up against Devon, who really did not get out the traps. He did pick off a couple of legs against Boris Kirchmar, but that was more consequential because of the misses of his opponent rather than really much that he was doing right. He knows he's going to have to fix things here against Ryan.
First leg
It's
is
going to happen
Ryan
in
to throw
game
first.
number
Game
4
on.
of the session.
$45.
Ferrari opened up with a 4-2 win over Dan Aspbury, average of just under 95, 94.96, 3 180s, 4 for 9 in terms of his
100.
finishing in that contest. As for Devon, average just under 80, was only given 3 opportunities at a double in his game against Boris Kirchmar. Such was the extent to which he
85.
was outscored by the Croatian, pinning 2 of them. But he knows overall there's going to have to be a uppage in terms of performance if he's going to be
100.
competitive with Brownley in this one.
Yeah, he's going to have to. It's a tough opening sort of gig here for Devon, having Boris first and then Ryan Brownley. But he showed
26.
flashes against Boris. When Boris gave him opportunities, he was quite happy to take them. So Dev will want to be staying close enough to Ryan to make sure that
83.
he'll get those opportunities, and we know that he has the brain power and the ability to take them and push Brownley all the way. Should Devon manage to
84.
turn Brownley over, I think Boris will feel he's got a bit of an easier run for the rest of the day, because there is still an outside chance that Brownley can get him in the table, and you can look at Brownley
39.
psyching himself up. For a young man like Ryan, playing the likes of Devon and Boris and things, they're big name players in his world. As a 17-year-old, you know all the top players around you, and he would have known this was a tough group. He actually sort of mentioned it in his interview at the start of the day that
138.
he knew that there were some big players here, but he's beaten bigger players, was what his answer was. So again, turning a negative into a positive,
86.
showing that
Devon, you require 39.
this kid is wise beyond his years.
So double 16 for the break.
Game shot in the first
That
leg.
a lot
Devon
more like
Peterson.
it from Devon Peterson. Looking a little bit more in the groove in this game. Got the break.
Second leg, it's
has a
Devon
1-0
to throw
lead.
first. Game on.
If Devon Peterson wins this game, then you just get the sense Boris
60.
Kirchmar winning this group is as obvious a statement as England winning a toss and electing to bowl.
$100. $140.
4 tests today, isn't it? England against India. Football. Did you watch the football last night, Scott?
Yeah, I did give it a little glimpse, and actually a little glimpse for how long did it last? Felt like 3 hours.
180.
Yeah, on the
That
edge
was
of our
torture, wasn't it?
It was torture on the edge of our seats. I thought the wife had put thumb screws on me towards the end there.
41.
It was, yeah. But I don't think at any point did you doubt that they were going to grab a goal. That was the bit. They were attack. But they've got to start the games better. And
180.
you feel if they give one of those teams in the other side of the draw there in the semi-final a head start in the final, it will be one step too far for them to climb.
Yeah, congratulations to the Lionesses for making it through to the final of the Euro 2025, being Italy by 2-1 in extra time. Spain v Germany, the semi-final tonight. But Brownley looking at 41, having
96.
left it after just
Ryan,
9
you require
darts to
41.
level this game back up at 1 apiece to get the break back in the game, having been broken in the first. Broken being the appropriate word there.
Game shot in the second
Well,
leg.
nestles
Ryan
it
Brownley.
off the barrel of the first, and Brownley's back on terms, and we are back level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Devon going through the ghost throw motions
59.
at the back of the stage.
83.
Loses this one, then he will be pretty much consigned to Group C for the rest of the week.
100.
But he has got good memories of that particular group. You may remember when he won the Global Championship back in
60.
December. That was the path in which he plotted to win that, and the path in which he plotted to go and win his week in the previous series.
140.
Well, if we said yesterday Ryan Brownley was playing his B game and getting results, he has most certainly turned up on this Wednesday.
44.
Averaged under 95 in his opener. Average here in excess of 96. And in a very good position to take the lead for the first time in this game. It was a dozen darts in the previous leg, and after a dozen darts in this one, he's found himself left on 62.
140. Ryan, you require 62. $22.
Brownley will be back with Devon on 174. And again, just a little thing I noticed with Brownley there. Goes for the 12s for 52 instead of the 20.
44.
So he goes in an area that
Ryan,
he
you
can't
require
bust.
40.
Just little quirks like that I like about this kid. I really do.
Yeah, so much to like.
$20.
But
Devon, you require
Peterson presented with an
130.
opportunity, and when he was presented with them against Boris Kirchmar, he was able to pick them apart. But the best case scenario is a dart at the ball, which he needed to find the treble with dart 2
60.
to get. And so Brownley back for
Ryan,
three
you
more double
require
10
20.
to get his nose in front for the first time in this contest. Feels like a repeat of the previous visit.
No
And
score.
Peterson is creeping
Devon, you
closer.
require 70.
Well, this really would be a steal. He's going to get a dart in his hand, a double 16.
38.
Does not get it. And
Ryan,
so
you
Brownley
require
returns.
20.
He's got 3 more at double 10, but he cannot afford to spurn this chance.
Game shot in the
Well,
third
eventually he
leg. Ryan
gets,
Brownley.
and he gives that double 10 a good old finger wag as he takes the
Full
lead
leg
and
is
hits
Devon
the
to throw
front
first.
for the first
Game
time
up.
in this contest.
$140.
Dev, you have to say, has started
97.
this one much better than he did against Boris in his first match of the day. It was our first match of the day, game 1. He seems to have found his range a little bit better. 140, 180 tells me the sights are well and truly zeroed in.
Well, hasn't this game already? And I know we're only 3 and a bit
121.
legs old, but it's felt like it's had some real peaks and troughs already.
43.
Yeah, it has. And that's unlucky for Dev because another ton there and get him round and down to the 81 mark. We would have been over the moon with that after 9.
135.
But
Devon,
once
you require
again-
138.
Counter to Brownley, very good. And he's not gone away.
40.
Well, now Peterson could be a I guess he's left himself at a
Ryan, you require
two-darter.
148.
Yeah, the obligatory dart on the floor from Deb, which he seems to have every match.
And it's usually darts catching darts. That's the
116. Devon, you
issue for
require
Devon when it
98.
comes to that. 98 then, full level game and 2-2. Could have found the treble 18, and so Brownlee back
58.
for double 16 to open up a
Ryan, you
3-1
require
lead in this
32.
game. Big moment, which is why he is happy to take his time.
Game shot in the
And then
fourth
fire
leg.
home
Ryan
the double
Brownley.
for 13 darter. Breaker throw, 3-1 lead in the favour of Ryan Brownley. He
Fifth
knew he had
leg,
to
it's
do his
Ryan
job,
to
and it was
throw
interesting. He
first.
said in his pre-match
Game up.
interview this morning that he had to not just win games, but win games by a margin. And when he beat Dan Aspbury by 4 legs to 2, and he could be on the cusp of
140.
winning this game against Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 1.
$100.
Yeah, Brownlee, 10 points above the
58.
average of Devon Peterson. And for me, very good for that 3-1 lead. Dev's got to find something other than the trebles next to the trebles he's
45.
going for. I'd imagine Brownlee will start down on this and go for a 1-3-3 to try and lead the 170. And that can happen when you've been thrown at the treble all the match
87.
most of the time. When you do switch, although it's the right thing to do with the numbers on the board, sometimes because you haven't been down at the bottom of the board, sometimes
100.
it's a big transition and you can push or drag into the number each side, and then that sort of finishes the visit, really.
97.
Oh, picks off a treble at the last start. Brownlee, no intents and purposes, has control of this game. Peterson realistically needs to find a couple of trebles here just to keep himself competitive in the leg.
100.
Finds someone to leave himself on a finish, but this
Ryan, you require
now all about
119.
Ryan Brownlee. 119 for a 4-1 win, which would put him level on points with Boris, and just ask the question when he takes on Niels Heintzo. And he's going to get a dart at double top to wrap it up.
79.
Just clips the
Devon,
top
you
of the
require
wire.
156.
Peterson here focusing the shot in his head. First one's right. The second one's right. It's all about double 18.
Game
Super
shot, the fifth leg,
stuff from
Devon
Devon
Peterson.
Peterson. Showing all his class. A
Sixth
right
leg, it's
smile. It's
Devon to
lovely
throw
when it goes
first.
right. When you picture it and you vision it,
Game
that's
up.
why he's got that little smirk on his face. And that's the Devon we like to see.
Well, Devon Peterson hasn't had many opportunities today. Just like in his previous match against Boris Kirchmar, 2 from 3
81.
on the doubles. He's been outscored for large swathes of the action, but actually his doubling's come up clutch, which is usually the antithesis of what we usually say about Devon. Usually one of the biggest power
97.
scorers on the circuit, and usually if he is to come unstuck, it's usually the doubling that lets him down.
Yeah, indeed.
100.
That first dart was sat perfectly for Ryan. He'd be disappointed if he doesn't find another one there.
85.
Cue disappointment. I suppose at least if Devon has
60.
any kind of solace from the opening couple of games is he's got the top 2 out the way. He can now focus on players in and around his portion of the table for the remainder of the day.
137. $60. $57.
For Brownley, I suppose, today's all about trying to keep the pressure on Boris and hoping that somebody else can do him a favour and allow him to get a sneaky chance.
65.
Maybe topping the group.
118.
And all he can do is keep winning his games, is Brownley. Just to apply a little bit so that every time
94.
Boris looks over his shoulder, he's there on level points with Brownley.
Well, all he could do is his job, and he could be on the cusp of getting his job done in this game right now as he has a look at double top to wrap up a 4-2 victory.
40.
Pearson's back to take us all the way.
24.
And all of a sudden, Boris Kirchmar might be propping up a chair in the practice room. Because Devon Peterson, if he finds his double 12, could be within a leg of doing him a huge favour.
Game shot
Finds it last
Devon
start.
Peterson.
We're going all the way in this match, which looked so comfortable for so long. For Ryan Brownley, now has an air of jeopardy about it. Now has a last leg decider. And Devon Peterson could do Boris an absolute solid.
140.
But that's class again from Brownley to lead off with a 140.
41.
Dev's taken the pace out of the game slightly, and had he been a bit more free flowing, that one maybe wouldn't have happened.
57.
And again, a sensible thing from Brownley there. Blocks the first target. Doesn't try to force his way by it. This isn't the time to be trying new things in the last leg deciders. But superb from Dev to put him. He's not kind of in front. Yeah, okay, he's 20 in front. But as throws and visits go, Brownley needs something
58.
here. And he knew he needed something there. Now Dev has got a chance to turn the throw, but he needs a treble. And he knows it was an opportunity.
11.
And it's one that's absolutely flown by. And you'll see Dev in the background going, why didn't you read the script?
A 180 followed by 11.
60.
Back to normal.
So he just as well have thrown a couple of 85s. Because your confidence is better with a couple of 85s than a 180 and 11. Here comes Dev again. He's got to go downstairs.
99.
Look to have noticed at the last minute. So he is on a finish. Brownley will want a ton here, minimum requirement, to turn the corner. Will it be the last dart?
60.
Oh, not
Devon
quite so.
170.
I'm not going to say advantage Peterson just yet, because I feel he needs another treble to have the advantage of stealing this throw.
41.
Had to stay where he was,
Ryan
tried to fabricate the last dart into a position he needed to be. Didn't go. So Brownley still has the darts. Another one of those. Stay there. He'll probably stay there. Probably go treble 16. Yes,
54.
he does.
Devon, you require
But again, comes up
129.
troubleless. So Peterson's been hitting big shots of late.
But the 129 is going to find or follow
59.
the 156 he had earlier on in the match. And so Brownley, who has toiled towards the line, if the truth be told,
Ryan, you require
has an opportunity
72.
to eventually wrap it up. And if he doesn't find this 72, he may well kick himself for the next couple of days, because he may well just hand the initiative to Boris Kirchmar. But he cannot find the big number. He knows how big an opportunity, how big a chance he may have let slip in this game. He had full control of it,
No
and he's
score.
busted the score. So even if he does come
Devon,
back,
you
he'd have to
require
go back to the
70.
start. Peterson to use a real get-out-of-jail-free card here. Looking at 70. It was the 156 really that changed the game. Swung the momentum in his favour.
38.
And now he's had a match start which bounced on the inside of the double 16.
Ryan, you require 72.
It bounced out from there. He must have flat nose points.
He's sure of the big number. Does so. It's double top. One match start.
32.
does not go. And so Peterson
Devon, you
will
require
return,
32.
looking at double 16.
Game
To
start. And
pinch
the
that
match,
game
Devon
from
Peterson.
underneath the nose of Ryan Brownley. A 4-3 win for Devon Peterson. And that might well be the defeat which hands this group to Boris Kirchmar. Peterson found himself behind, 3-1 behind in that game, but has managed to summon a 4-3 win. Bernett and Aspbury follows next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Devon Peterson got the better of Ryan Brownley by 4 legs to 3, and that means that Ryan Brownley's chances of winning this group has pretty much come to a close. 2 points behind Boris, big legs difference swing. Boris can effectively get it wrapped up in the next against Niels Hindo. But in the middle of that, we've got a meeting between Richie Bernett and Dan Aspbury to enjoy. Game number 5 of our session here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. Richie having picked up a 4-1 win against Niels in his opening match, whilst Dan Aspbury went down to a 4-2 defeat to Ryan Brownley in the opening game of his day. It was actually Dan who had the better performance in the opening round of fixtures, had an average 10 points higher than that of Bernett, although Richie, because it was so comfortable for him against Niels Heinz, was afforded the luxury of missing 15 darts at a double and still being the comprehensive
60.
winner of the contest. With this, then he puts himself in a decent position to get into Group B on Thursday and Friday night, does Richie Bernett. Has a big lead in terms of
44.
legs difference over Devon Peterson. 12 legs to swing in the Prince of Wales's direction going into this contest.
95.
Aspbury on 8 points, a couple of points behind the two other players that are fighting and jostling for that particular spot into the night sessions.
58.
And here's Bernett, who has
135.
got off to the more positive start of the two, leaving himself on 71 after just a dozen darts.
180. Richie requires 71.
Well, Bernett has the luxury of time,
35.
but he's made a little bit of a hash of the setup turn. Eventually does leave himself on double 18.
59. Richie, you require 36.
She looks at now for 1-0 lead.
Game
Makes
shot in the first leg.
no
Richie Bernett.
mistaking hitting. Bernett 1 up.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on. $56. $60.
I wondered if we have a little
90.
joke with that speaker and maybe run some electrical current through it. Whether that would make Richie Bernett jump. I mean, I'm not talking a big current to
100.
hurt him, you know, like the little jokey handshake thing. So when he touches it, like a little bit of static.
All I'm going to say is good luck passing that with health and safety.
134.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I never thought about that. I forgot we're a proper darts venue. And everything has to be tested in the appropriate ways before it can be used.
99.
See, we wouldn't do that on the farm. We would just have an electric fencer and you just connect it to the door handle of the tractor while your brother's getting in the tractor the other side.
Careful, Scott, you're going to get a knock on the door in a minute.
91.
It's things we do for fun on the farm, eh?
Well, Asprey's left himself for 130 to level this game up at
180.
one apiece, but
Dan, you require 130.
that 180 for Richie. But that really has changed the complexion of this leg. Big scores can lead to big moments. But Dan Aspbury looking to counteract the max attack of Bernett. If he can find the ball.
105. Richie, you require 62.
So Bernett on 62. 12 for tops. He does like the tops route.
42.
Not on this
Dan, you
occasion.
require
So
25.
Aspbury back for 25 to level it up. A nice big fat 9 to start the shot on the wire.
21.
And on the inside again.
Richie,
And
you require 20.
we have to say it's been, again, Asprey's Achilles heel. Him and Bernett have been pretty similar on a double percentage this week.
No score.
That was almost a no throw there from Richie Bernett. He nearly had his foot
four.
in front of the throw line. And now the talking to comes.
He tested the extremities as far as he possibly could.
2.
But he's going to get 3 more in his hand to open up
Richie,
a
you
2-0
require
lead. And
20.
he has to be thankful for the fact that Dan Aspbury is 0 out of 6 in terms of his doubling.
15. Dan, you require 2.
Well, we're in one of those situations where we ask who wants it.
Game shot in the second
Literally, it's
leg.
Dan
Dan
Aspbury.
Aspbury.
And we are back level at 1 apiece.
There's a few other things you
Third
can
leg
do
is
when you're
Richie
messing
to throw
around.
First. Game on.
Doing little farmy jokes. Obviously, you can put axle grease on the inside of the door handle, but do it where it doesn't shut, so that when your brother or anybody
100.
else, son, go to get into the tractor, put the hand on the door handle and they get a handful of axle grease. That's another good one. Turning the radio onto flat out, so that when they turn the key of the tractor to start the tractor,
45.
first thing they hear is the radio in their ear hole. Stick with me, Henry, I'll learn you.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a bit scared.
55.
You're lucky I haven't put a whoopee cushion under your seat yet. Here in the commentary box.
Hey, we don't need a whoopee cushion. We've just got Matthew Edgar.
56.
Oh, I love it when you pick on him and he's not here to defend himself.
He's too busy down the arcade today doing some filming for another broadcaster.
60.
Yeah, it's funny what we have. It's fun on the farm. I went to agricultural college and I tied the door handle onto a girder once. Some kid from the middle of Bournemouth trying to learn farming drove off, ripped the door off.
100.
Yeah, I didn't last long at that college. Yeah, I'll go back and teach now.
45. $100. $41.
Well, Bernett is just beginning to get himself at it a little bit.
58.
Interesting
43. Dan, you require
state of affairs in this
142.
game. Bernett has lost his tendency of throwing, so Aspbury here could really begin to take charge of this contest.
58. Richie, you require
I'll
157.
get you some water, Henry.
$41. Dan, you require 84.
Yeah. Richie Bernett there, signalling to himself he needed to throw higher. Aspbury 14 for the ball.
Shot in
Nicely
the third
done.
leg. Dan Aspbury.
Is that going to light the blue touch paper for it? Bernett having a little
Fourth leg, it's Dan to
chat
throw
with himself
first.
there and now sees the funny side of
Game
it.
on.
You've got to love this guy. You have got to love it. Very difficult to play, but you've got to love this guy.
140.
Watching Richie Bernett is like watching an event. You just don't quite know what's going to happen
24.
next, which is kind of part of the intrigue of watching him.
I mean, in all seriousness, the difficulty in what he does, where he
60.
chastises himself, but it seems everything seems to reset the minute his foot then goes to the hockey. He's able to forget whatever's just
100.
gone on and start again and concentrate on the present rather than the past. You can't. You know, maybe
60.
he's just dealing with it one thing at a time, but whatever it is, it's very unique for a dart player. There's no two ways about that. Dart players tend to
100.
carry their baggage around is the norm in a rucksack on the back, and every mistake you make, you chuck it in the rucksack until it finally gets you grounded to your knees, and then you
58.
chuck the rucksack off and start again. But with Richie, it doesn't happen that way.
100.
We are going to see plenty of Richie. He's actually going to be playing at the seniors match play, which takes place at Epsom Racecourse. He will be taking on, because the draw has been made, he's going to be taking on Neil Duff. And he actually kicks the tournament off on Saturday the 15th of October. Some may say literally kick the tournament off on Saturday the 15th of November. Aspbury here. I'm going to make it 3-1. He's not going to on this occasion. So Bernett back for 80 for 2-2.
You require 80.
Double 10.
70 scored.
I wanted to double check to see if it was in or not. And now looks at fives,
Game
gets
shot
the
in the
fives,
fourth
and we're
leg.
back
Richie
level at 2-2. He's still inspecting it. He still don't quite believe it.
He doesn't believe our George. Can you believe
Fifth leg,
that?
it's Richie to throw first.
And George has even got his hair tied back
Game
out
on.
of his eyes and everything.
As I mentioned, Richie Burnett's playing at the Seniors Darts Match Play. It's on Saturday the 15th of November
140.
at Epsom Racecourse. The list of players: Ross Montgomery, John Henderson, Steve Beaton, Mervyn King, Neil Duff, our own Trina Gulliver.
98.
Richie will be in action alongside Vincent van der Voort, Martin Adams, Robert Thornton, Leonard Gates and Richie Howson. John Henderson defending the title that he won 12 months ago.
140.
And of the ticket stuff you can get, there's also a Legends lunch package, which includes prime seating, a 2-course meal. You meet all the
60.
players, and actually you have a player on your table with you having lunch with you. And there's also a live Q&A with the 16-time world champion Phil Taylor.
43.
For more information on how you can get tickets, there's also standard tickets available. You can head over to the Seniors Darts social media accounts. Plenty of information there. It'll also have information on the draw
56.
for the tournament, which will take place on Saturday the 15th of November at the beautiful Epsom Racecourse.
Well, a few derbies have taken place there at Epsom on 4 legs. It looks like we'll have a few derbies there on
98.
2. I actually fancy going to that meal, and I would try to ask if I could be on Richie Burnett's table, because I think that would be an entertaining table to have.
140.
Only problem is you'd have to have a pot noodle
80.
for lunch.
Absolutely, and there'd be like a vat of dirty boiling water on the table to replicate radiator water to be able to fill your pot noodle with.
We're trying to sell these tickets, Scott.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
72.
That'd be a
Daniel,
fine 2-course meal, I'm
147.
sure, at a race course, of course. I was just jesting.
Well, this could be a game changer. 147 break isn't on for Aspbury. And so
95.
Bernett back for double 4.
Richie, you require 8.
To move his nose in front, 3-2,
score.
but it just drags low, much to his frustration, dejection.
Dan, you require 52.
He's close to combustion, is Bernett. 52 required, now 32 required, now double 8.
44. Richie, you require 8.
Well, now you can zoom in on the double 4.
Yeah. It's
Game
now a you
shot
or
in the
me
fifth
moment.
leg,
Looks
Richie
like
Bernett.
it's me and Richie Bernett. Hits the double
Sixth leg,
4. He
it's
goes
Dan to
3-2
throw
ahead,
first.
holds his throat.
Game up. $60.
Yeah, that one of 2 seniors events. Burnett's also going to be at the World Championship, which takes place at the Circus Tavern in the middle of February next year. Again, if you head over to the
100.
seniors page, you'll find out more information about how you can be at the tavern for the, incredibly, the 5th edition of the World Seniors Championship.
100.
All 4 winners of that competition hailing from Scotland. Thornton twice, Henderson in 24, and of course Ross Montgomery, who's won both of the big seniors titles this year. As Bernett finds his 2nd 180 of the contest. And now looking to see this game off once and for all as we head into the 16th minute of the game.
42.
Six darts on 2-2-1.
60. 99. Richie, you require 161.
So Bernett 161 to complete a 4-2 victory. Can't be done now.
130.
Could see the plan there. A 25 would have left him under the 60
40.
mark.
Richie, you require 31.
Aspbury having a bounce out. Not a good time for him. So it's 15 for double eight.
Game shot. And
Richie
the match,
Bernett
Richie
converts
Bernett.
the match. He wins it 4-2. 14 dart leg there for Richie Bernett to break the Aspbury flow. Bernett, a happy man. I'll be leaving his towel out here. Very nice too. So we will head into a short break, and on our return, we will bring you Boris Kirchmar taking on Niels Hindo.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV in the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Richie Bernett get the better of Dan Aspbury by 4-2. Game 6 is a meeting between Niels Hindo and Boris Kirchmar. Boris, well, if he wins this game, he's not mathematically through, but he is as good as through if he can win this particular match, and particularly if he can win it by a bit of a margin. He's 2 points clear of Ryan Brownley in second place in the table, and 16 legs better off in terms of the league standing. So if he wins this one, he'd be 4 clear.
First leg
and
is Boris to throw
will have
first.
the group exactly where he wants it,
Game on.
going into the final 3 rounds worth of play. For Niels, if we're going to be bluntly honest about the situation, he struggled in his opening match against Richie Bernett.
60.
He'll be looking to put things right here against Boris, whose average against Devon Peterson was in the end just under 96, 3 180s in the game.
95.
But it could have actually been a lot more. Missed a lot of darts at the double towards the end of the game. He was only 4 from 15 in the end. And up until his first chance of winning that match from 3-0 up, he was averaging the best part of 105, 106 throughout the course of the game. Peterson pushed
45.
and probed, pulled a couple of legs back, but it was +2 requirements for Boris, who was able to cross the line eventually. And he has
140.
full control of the group. He has everything exactly where he wants it.
$85.
And he's got 6 darts from here to take out the opening leg of the contest.
100. $135. Boris, you require 101.
A nice little dart juggle. We saw a bit of
49.
that yesterday.
Niels, you require 141.
Right, so it's not going to find the 141. So Kirchmar will return. 2 more in hand, a double of choice
28.
to
Boris,
take
you require
the opening
52.
leg. And the double of choice is double 16.
Game shot in the first leg. Boris
Absolutely
Kirchmar.
no mistake whatsoever. 1-0 Kirchmar.
Second leg, it's Niels to throw first.
No,
Game on.
and we've come to expect no less from him here this week, haven't we?
Well, it's just been Mr. Dependable, Mr.
60.
Reliable, hasn't he, over the course of the last couple of days or so. And so much so, he's actually going to earn himself a couple of days off. He
55.
can enjoy the Portsmouth.
$97.
Although this time of year, it's not a bad place to be. There's definitely worse places to be.
100.
Down the seaside. Down the quayside.
36.
And in a few weeks' time, Fratton Park will be open for business once again.
76.
I'm sure Fratton Park will be hustling and bustling when they take on Norwich in the first home game of the season.
83.
Next weekend, the Football League season gets started. League 1 and 2 getting underway.
43.
No, it's no longer the Vanarama, it's the Enterprise National League will get underway too. And the Championship
50.
the week after. And then the Premier League gets underway on Friday the 15th of August.
140.
Suppose in a footballing sense, Croatia and Denmark probably only get together when Dinamo Zagreb takes on FC Copenhagen. Or Midtjylland, they're a decent Danish side.
Yeah, they are. This
180.
is another place where Denmark
Boris,
is
you
another
require
place where
87.
Speedway is quite big as well, and I'm into my Speedway big time.
51.
We've had a fair few Danish riders come
Niels, you require
through our club
57.
at the Pool Pirates over the years.
Well, Niels has missed a big number, which means he's only going to get one dart at tops.
37.
Can't find it, so
Boris, you
Boris will be
require
back
36.
double 18 to double his lead to 2-0. Moving across for double 9, moves on the inside. Well, this was an
28.
opportunity that perhaps
Niels,
we
you
didn't
require
expect to happen.
20.
Hindo with an opportunity and a chance to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Game shot in the second leg.
Takes
Niels
it, takes the
Hindo.
double 10, and just keeps Boris thinking.
Third leg, it's Boris to throw first. Game on.
Well, Niels may be also eyeing up the Global Championship in December. Plenty of opportunities for players all across Europe to
140.
get in. The other week, Danny van Tripe secured his passage through to Portsmouth in December by winning the Benelux Open tournament. So
81.
congratulations goes to him for the Benelux Trophy, shall I say. The Benelux Open takes place later on in the year.
26.
And a matter of fact, his
60.
twin brother Wesley's in a good position to potentially qualify to play here at the Super Series. Please don't let them play in the same week, please.
100.
Because I know I'd mess it up.
95.
Yeah, Danny van Tripe won the Benelux Trophy, beating
85. Boris
Danny
require
van
125.
Klompenberg in the final.
25.
Kirchmar looking at 125 to open up a 2-1 lead. He's looking at double top.
Game shot in the third
Well, you
leg.
just get the
Boris
sense
Kirchmar.
that Boris needed that. Things were just beginning to hit a bit of a stalemate,
Fourth
but
leg
just
is Niels to throw first.
when
Game on.
things could have gone a little bit wrong for him and got a little bit sticky for him, he's managed to pull out a 1-2-5 to open up a 2-1 lead. Only the second
100.
Ton Plus checkout that we've seen all day so far.
Yeah, but it's his 6th of the week, and you can add a 167 and a couple of 160s to that tally.
135.
He's been the standout player. There's no two ways about it, and he continues to be. He doesn't seem to be wanting to rest on his laurels, but you have to say
60.
Niels has kind of pushed him here and forced him into it, because if he takes his foot off the gas,
125.
his opponents are there to take the legs.
$60.
Beginning to make his push now.
120.
Lucky with the bounce out with the last there, but he is just beginning to make his move, just beginning to up the levels. And at the moment, it is just a little bit too much for Niels to take.
100. Boris, you require 121.
6 starts on 1-2-1, so may look at the 25 here, decides to persevere at the top of the board.
97.
He's himself double 12 after 12, and he's had these spells this week where he's punched in a couple of legs, which has just been too much for opponents, which is just
60.
giving himself
Boris, you require
cushions and
24.
crumbs of comfort.
$12. Niels, you require 121.
Quite find the adjustment there with his 16-gram darts. Could Boris Nor could Hindo with his
81.
17.9 gram
required
darts
12.
on that particular occasion. So double six again for Boris. Now double three. We're starting
Game
to
shot in
chase,
the
but
fourth egg. Boris Kirchmar.
nicely done by Boris. No problem for him. 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Boris to throw first.
Leg away from virtually wrapping it up, you feel. It's not mathematical if he wins this game, but you get the sense if he does pick the points up here, it is pretty
100.
much a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, mid-80s here, average for Boris. Not really needing any more than that. Just playing his B game. And you feel that'll be enough to get him
97.
over the line in this one.
$45. $100. $97.
Well, picks off a treble at the last there, Boris.
$100.
See his eyes locked in, full steely determination.
$97.
He's himself 162. Be hopeful that Hindo can't find a couple of trebles here. Or big trebles anyway.
49.
Well, he's been given a little bit of a let off there. Yes, Niels is on a finish, but 155. The way he's been playing, you wouldn't expect to go. And Kirchmar now putting his foot on the throttle.
126.
And now beginning to
require
motor towards the
155.
finishing line.
This would be a big ask to save it. Well, he's got one of the fives, but not in the way that he wanted it.
45. Boris,
And
you
so
require
Boris
36.
now wants double 18. 2 9s inside. And we saw this in his game, didn't we, against Devon Peterson, where
No score.
as the finishing line
Niels
approached and
require
as
110.
he got towards the point where he could win the match, he did miss a couple of darts at a double. Peterson hit him hard as a result.
36.
But it doesn't look like Hindo's
Boris, you
going to do
require
a similar
36.
thing. And so Boris back for 3 more. I'll tell you what, the 18s and 9s combination
No
today, which
score.
is usually so good for him,
Niels, you require
hasn't really
74.
correlated for him.
Hasn't, but what a classy bust that was with the bullseye for me. That's difficult to do. Got to go 20 ball. Bullseye.
49. Boris, you require
Can't
36.
get it, so Kirchmar will come back. Looking at double 18 for 4-1 win.
Game start.
And
the match,
eventually he
Boris
gets
Kirchmar.
over the line, and that probably is the win that sees Boris Kirchmar over the line. He's on 22 points. He's 18 legs better off in terms of legs difference. He could almost reach out and touch Saturday night now. He beats Niels Hindo by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Ryan Brownley takes on Richie Bernett.
Well, welcome back to the live round here in Portsmouth, and Group A has been underway. We've played 2 games each for all our players, and here's the latest results from the matches that you may have missed if you've only just joined us. And we'll go on to the table. And this is what the table looks like as a result. Kirchmar out top. The Croatian really has dominated this Group A and looks all to be but home and hosed. Ryan Brownley, the young man from the northeast, in second. It's now all about the battle for Group B between the players in third, fourth and fifth for the rest of the group. So here's our next match. It's Richie Bernett versus Ryan Brownley. And Richie Bernett, it's fair to say, has found it tough going in Group A this week so far. With 3 games left, he'll be looking to find a bit of form to take into either Group B or Group C, wherever he lays. You would think that he has a very good chance of making Group B.
First leg is
If he
Ryan
can
to
get
go
another
first.
couple of
Game
wins
up.
here from his last 3 games, Ryan Brownley, top spot has now got away from him, really, with defeat to Devon Peterson in his last match. So
58.
he's safe in Group B. He won't be caught, but he'll be disappointed. He's a young man that has high expectations, and I suppose when you're
60.
expecting the best from yourself and you don't quite get it, it's one of those situations, Henry. He's going to find in his life that, in his darting life, that it's going to happen, and more often than not,
57.
and learning to accept it is all part of the big process to getting you to the top.
Well, at any given tournament, irrespective of the size of the field, only one person could be happy come the end of it, and that's the
55.
person who wins it. And if you're in a Pro Tour environment, you can have 127 unhappy players.
Yeah, I suppose you can go with that. I mean, being a player myself, I think if I come in and I expect to play a certain way and I run a
59.
certain average, and maybe if I haven't won, sometimes you don your cap to the guy that has, and if they've been exceptional to what they usually do or whatever, sometimes you
45.
kind of have to be gracious maybe in defeat, but happy with the way that you've played. So it's not always the case, but 9 times out of 10, if you've played okay and the guy that's finished above you generally made a mistake against them
57.
to allow them to be a little bit away from you. So, yeah, it's one of those, really. It's one of those, but we are crazy for this game, us players, and
100.
I think Chris Mason made a great point that when you're winning, it's the greatest, most gracious game in the world, and it's a game of opportunity
83.
that more often
Richie
than not
requires
tears the heart
161.
out of your chest with disappointment. But it doesn't stop us going up there because it's so addictive and the feeling is so good when you're winning. Just winning
42.
one game up there on that stage, on the TV, in front of the cameras, it's like scoring a goal, I suppose, in football or whatever. The adrenaline rush of when that dart goes in.
43.
For that
Richie
few
require
moments, that 10
119.
seconds or whatever, the anticipation, the hitting it, and then the elation of hitting it, it's just a fabulous feeling, and that's why you see an awful lot of players play the game for an awful long time, because they're looking for that feeling all the time.
Well, Bernett,
79.
you're hoping to feel good
Ryan
about things in this first leg. Now, you just hope for Ryan's sake that what's happened over the last few minutes doesn't detract from what he's done over the first couple of games, that things don't
100.
consequently
Richie
go wrong. Now, he
require
can't
40.
go out of the Group B spot, so he has got that kind of security, but what he doesn't want to do is just fade away or slide away.
30.
As Bernett looks like he's humming along to the
Ryan,
tune
you
of it.
require 44.
Double top. Well, forget slide away. Richie Bernett's half the world away right now.
Game shot in the first leg. Ryan Brownley.
Yeah, just having a little chat with the speaker fairies, wasn't he?
Second leg, it's Richie to throw
I think he lost the
first.
argument with
Game
the
up.
speaker as well. He lost the first leg, a leg that you have 3 darts at double to win.
95. $86.
You'd feel for Richie that this is kind of a bit of a must-win game for him if he does have any inhibitions of
140.
making Group B. He's got this game against the number 2 in the table to play. He has Devon, Peterson in his penultimate game, and then he has to take on Boris in his last game.
134.
So if Richie is going to make that Group B spot, which is obviously the spot that's the late night one, the 10 o'clock till around 2 in the morning
180.
session, and it's obviously 3 players from 5 go through, rather than the 2 from 6 of the Group C, which is a tad harder.
66. Richie require 86.
I'd say he's got to get something from this game. You know, he's got the toughest route to Group B, and he's going to have to find some of his best starts to finish the day
54.
to achieve that accomplishment.
Well, he's left himself 32 after 12 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Brownley, well, he found himself outscored, outmanoeuvred for large swathes of the opening leg, was then presented an opportunity when Bernett missed free in hand. But that's a 13 darter for the Prince of Wales to level this contest up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Brownley will close his campaign out of Group A. His next match being against Boris Kirchmar. And his last
96.
game against Niels Hindo.
$96. $100.
The guys battle right to the end in these groups because there is a monetary difference between what position you finish within the group. So, okay, you may not be
100.
able to top the group, but there are financial rewards for each individual position. So, the players do tend to play right to the very last
46.
dart because points on the league table make prizes in the bank account.
Indeed it does. And we're going to see Ryan Brownley here for the Rising Stars week between the
180.
18th and the 23rd of August as Bernett pars in a max. He's going to be in a Group A alongside Thomas Banks, Charlie Manby, Henry Coates, Jensen Walker, Nathan Kerr.
Richie, you require 125.
As Bernett looks at 125. Till 20 tops. Not to be. Brian look at 120. Group B, James
65.
Buckby, Daniel Stevenson,
require
Harry Gregory.
120.
Group C, Jack Carruth, Nathan Potter and Caden Smith for the Rising Stars week. Don't forget about Stars of the Future. He's very much a star of the present. And that 120 goes for Bradley to open up a 2-1 lead in this game.
It's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, adds that 120 to a 152 and a 121 that he had on Monday.
57. $60. $100. $81. $93. 100.
Yeah, nice last start. Sneak between the two there from Brownley.
$100.
Another double check from Richie Bernett. He's hoping for a 140 there. Brownley looks like a 140 here. Didn't quite release
Richie
it
require 151.
early enough.
$119. Ryan, you require 160.
Well, he's playing the better darts, Richie Bernett. And realistically, the only reason Brownley's 2-1 up is because of that big finish he found in the previous leg. He's not going to back it up with another one here. And so Richie for 2-2, looking at 32.
45. Richie, you require 32.
They would probably paint a fairer picture on the game so far.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Double
Richie
16
Bernett.
is found, and we are back level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan.
Yeah, Bernett
first.
9 points
Game on.
higher in the averages than Brownley. Bernett playing well here, running a 92. Brownley running just over an 81, but
134.
and that mainly because he's quite dominant on his own throw. He's established that. As players do when their careers develop, they realise the importance of holding your own throw.
140.
Particularly on these shorter formats. He has the advantage with the
57.
start of if he holds his 4 of his own throws, then he's home and dry.
$180.
Well, Bernett pars in a max to change the whole course of this leg. Unless Brownley can follow up with one of his own.
140.
Leads himself on the big fish.
And that's exactly what he would have had in mind, worst case scenario, at the point
42.
that he
Ryan,
walked
you
to the
require
oche.
170.
So the 170 for Brownley is on offer. Could be the catch of the day.
140.
Well, the line was okay, but pitched way
Richie
too
require
high.
139.
And so Bernett's not going to find the 139, much to the grimace on the face of the Prince of Wales.
59. Ryan, you require 30.
So Brownley, well, double 15 after a dozen as Richie Bernett takes a little bit of a trip.
Ryan Brownley tries not to smile.
Game shot in the
But
fifth
he'll be all
leg.
smiles
Ryan
now that
Brownley.
he's hit the double 15. Nicely done. Crept his way in. Didn't panic that it wasn't
Sixth
going
leg,
in.
it's
Didn't
Richie to
react
throw
to the
first.
first 2 darts. And then nicely polishes it off.
140.
140 for Bernett. 3-2 down in a game which he actually, in terms of the averages, is 11
140.
points better off than his opponent. Well, at least prior to that throw anyway. Averaging mid-90s here, Richie. 95.96 is average.
100.
But Brownley has done what he's needed to do, as you mentioned, just doing the job on throw and doing that job proficiently.
$55.
And so Bernett will be hoping 6 darts here from 261 to level this game up and to take us to a last leg decider.
81.
We've only seen one game go the distance today, and that was Devon Peterson's 4-3 win over Ryan Brownley. That was in game number 4 of the
59.
session. And it looks like here we are very much set for another game, a second game of the day to go the distance.
85.
Brownley looking for another treble here.
80.
And all he gets is one on the floor.
Richie required 95.
Nice retrieve from George Baker, our referee here today.
41. Ryan, you require 167.
Well, question I'd like to ask is why has he gone treble 20 and 95? But he probably will get away with it.
93. Richie, you require 54.
Well, he knows where he is now.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
And we all know where they both are now. It's 3-3, just as you predicted, Henry.
7th and final
We head
leg.
all
It's
the
Ryan
way.
to throw first. Game
All
on.
the way to a last leg decider. As Richie Bernett gets some advice of a speaker.
97.
Well, this is the halfway stage of the day. Still 8 more games to go
100.
after this one.
I have to say, I've enjoyed it so far.
Oh, I've loved every single second, Scott. And the good news is there is plenty more
60.
to come. We're going to be with you until the middle of the afternoon here on Pluto TV.
Carrying on like you got
100.
somewhere to go and maybe more commentary today.
No comment.
140.
It's a busy week, Scott. It's a busy week.
Well, you're not the only one, Mr. Superstar Commentator. I've got a little bit more to do this evening when we leave here as well.
100.
Don't forget, I'm the jobber. Have a super little car to 60 to the gallon. We'll drive anywhere.
83.
Well, Brownley needs himself a 1-2-1. How handy can Bernett leave this? Well, Ton leaves
100.
himself a 101.
Ryan, you require
Could be on for a
121.
red pen leg kick. That's 4 tons in a row for Bernett.
Oh, it's the good old-fashioned 15-darter on the way if he gets a chance. Brownley for the ball.
76.
Not to be this time,
Richie
so
require
Bernett gets
101.
a chance back at the 101. This used to be the old-fashioned favourite 15-darter. Ton, 101 finish. That's not going to happen either.
45.
Well, I think you're saying margins.
Ryan, you require
Small
45.
margins. And it could be the small margins that made the biggest difference. He in the background chucking away because I think he expects this to go. Just sum up his luck if it goes. Double 16.
29.
No, he's coming back.
Richie, you require
It's
56.
Brownley's turn to gesticulate to the board. So 16 then for Bernett. Back to his favoured tops.
Game shot.
And
the
that's
match,
all he
Richie
took.
Bernett.
You give Bernett one opportunity and he will take it. But I have to say, looking at the averages, he was good for the win there. 8 points above Brownley in the averages, as you can see. Better on the doubles. We head into a short break. And when we return, we will return with Devon Peterson taking on Niels Hindo.
football hitters with over 37,000 YouTube subscribers.
Double 10 now. This combination finishing has been superb today. Ollie Howard, a little bit more personable than just a camera on a board.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Our first influencer 180 of the day goes to Ollie Howard. Yeah, for them to come out high. Ollie Howard, that is superb.
Would you please show your support for the Red Dragon Modus Super Series Influencers Start Showdown Champion, Ollie Howard!
So this is the tournament breakdown for the remainder of the week here at the Super Series. Ollie Howard will be making his debut in Group C alongside Richard McKee and Oliver King. In Group B, Mason Whitlock is back for another tilt at the title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's going to be alongside the Muffin Man! Yeah, Muffin Man! Steve Hine and Mike Gillett. That's the remainder of the week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Anyway, that's all my enthusiastic energy wasted. Let's get into Game 8 as Devon Peterson takes on Niels Hindo. Just give me an idea of like a superhero or like a superhero but not superhero themed week. So you got the Muffin Man, you got Spivey Man. What else have you got? You got Tim Vine, the abominable
First
throw
leg
man.
is Devon to throw first.
Frosty, the throw man.
Game on.
Squeaky Deeks.
We said superheroes.
He squeaks so loud,
44.
he scares the opposition away.
Matt Clark, Superman.
55. $85.
Mace the Ace has the ring of a superhero. The asset could be like a hero on the Halifax adverts.
84.
Howard Halifax's long lost cousin.
100.
I've not really thought this through. Shall we move on?
Yeah. Yeah, you haven't moved this. Yeah, no, yes. Move on.
Should have done Tucks and Tees instead. Anyway, Game 8 is Devon Peterson against
60.
Niels Hindo. And as you can see, not much has really happened so far.
$105. $92. Devon, you require 167.
167 for Peterson. 219 does not get.
99.
I'm so looking to make a big dent in this 210. A 180 would certainly make a dent in it. So would a 140.
85. Devon, you require
85, not
68.
quite so. Still leaves him on 125.
$52. Niels, you require 125. Yes, 18 scored.
So 107 now, treble 19. Now the bullseye.
89. Devon, you
Not to
require
be,
16.
but it's a nice 14 to leave 36. Will he return? Peterson, double 8. Bit of a blocker. Got to go top side.
No score.
Not to be.
Niels, you require 36.
So, fortunate to leave 36. But now he's left it. Surely you just as well get it.
Game shot in the
And
first
that's
leg.
exactly
Niels
what he does.
Heinze.
Takes the first leg off of Devon Peterson.
Second leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
I think Devon is instigating there with the roll of his hand that
100.
when he threw his last dart, he rolled his hand, which is why he missed his desired target on that occasion, which was 8.
60.
Well, Devon's very much, you could tell he's in that position where he's kind of playing for tomorrow and just trying to get himself ready for Group C.
27.
Looking for back-to-back Champions Week appearances is Dev.
100.
Shane McGurk has already secured his passage into back-to-back Champions Weeks.
$81. 60.
Derek Coulson doing something similar, playing 4 consecutive Champions Weeks now as DC. I think personally, I don't know, me and Matthew Edgar were
100.
having this discussion early last week about the best players in 2025 here. I think Shane McGurk's been the best player pound for pound at the
140.
Super Series this year, but I don't think Derek Coulson's too far off.
Yeah, I back you on both of them, and I don't think Jimmy Van Ski is too far away from both of them either. I think it's, I think that's one on opinion, really. But yeah, I would
99.
say
Devon, you require
Shane
141.
McGurk, I think, at the moment is in Australia doing exhibitions. I saw some footage of him playing the
109.
BDO World
Niels
Trophy
required
winner
94.
Peter Machin in an exhibition out there. I think would have been, I don't know whether early morning or last night over here, time-wise.
Yeah, literally flies back from Australia and then a couple of days later plays at Champions Week.
38.
And he's still
Devon,
got
you
to try and
require
fit full-time
32.
working around all of this. Peterson for 1-1.
He must have an understanding boss, that's all I know.
16.
And once again, that side of the
Niels, you
board
require
evades
56.
Peterson.
Well, this is 2-zip. Remember, Niels hasn't won a game since Monday.
36. Devon,
And
you
he's
require
not
16.
going to go too clear here. So Peterson to level up 8. Now 4. 2 2s.
12. Niels, you
Well, he has
require
more than a-
20.
Quiet word of himself about that one. Hindso back for 2 10s.
Game shot in the second leg. Niels Heinze.
And eventually moves 2-0 to the good in this game.
Peterson has problems here. He's
Third
nil
leg,
from
it's
10 on the
Devon to throw
doubles.
First. Game on.
And it's starting to creep into his game. Had a win
83.
earlier against Ryan Brownley to sort of basically stop his run and chance of making the top of the
95.
table.
Tell you what, Scott, do you want to have a look at the table?
100.
Because Boris Kirchmar
55.
is on 22 points at the summit of this Group A. And have a look at that clear daylight. 4 points, 20 legs as well
60.
in his favour.
Yeah, 4 points and a match in hand. Bernett there hanging on in third place. Peterson
81.
now trying to catch him, but you think with one more win, Bernett would be safe.
I'm just trying to work out the maths here, Scott.
44.
I think if Devon Peterson loses this game, I think Bernett would be in Group B anyway because of the legs different. Because of the legs
55.
difference.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
And the reason I say that is Bernett's got 2 games to play. Worst case scenario for him is he goes to -4 in terms of legs difference. Now, if Peterson wins every single leg from this
135.
point onwards, the best that he's going to be able to get to is -7.
60. Niels, you require 80.
So if he loses this game, then it would be all over.
It would be good night Vienna to Group B for Peterson.
$40. Devon, you require 124.
And Hindo here looks favoured to go 3-0 up unless Peterson's got an intervention act. Yes, he does.
Game shot in the third
Finds a
leg.
1-2-4,
Peterson.
and boy, did he need it. Because he has been
Fourth leg,
under
it's
the
Niels to throw
pump
first. Game
in
on.
this game.
Yeah, 156 earlier, didn't he? Which was a turning point in the game against Ryan Brownley.
125. $125.
And now he adds to that a 124. And a 107 on Tuesday.
180.
And that was against Dan Aspbury.
60.
And now he's had a couple of visits where
21 scored.
Hindo has
78.
really turned the thumb screws on him.
Well, this isn't a bullseye challenge attempt, Dev.
100. Niels, you require 118.
Hindo looking at 118 to open up a 3-1 lead.
$94.
Well, much better leg this from Niels. Credit goes where credit's due. Double 12 left after 12 to go 2 to the good
60.
once again.
Niels, you require 24.
And then we'll have a chance to win his first game since Monday. Double 12.
Game shot in the fourth
13
leg.
data.
Niels Hindo.
Really good leg from Niels there. And he moves 3-1
Fifth
to
leg,
the
it's
good.
Devon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, good stuff from Niels. Maybe throwing with a bit of freedom now and allowing himself to... Well, he's done all that trying business for the last 2 days. He knows where he's consigned
60.
to Group C, so he knows where he's going tomorrow. He will be here from 1 o'clock. And Group C
140.
of Week 10 will get underway.
Now,
60.
Devon has come back from
100.
3-1 behind today to win on a last leg decider. Did so in his previous match against Ryan Brownley. So Peterson has form of turning big deficits into last leg
100.
wins.
Devon, you require 161.
And he's got 6 here from 161 to reduce the
54.
gap back down to 3-2.
Yeah, looks like he's going to need every one of those as well. Hindo may be having the attitude here that, well, it doesn't matter. I've got the throw
100.
next game,
Devon, you
next
require
leg.
107.
I can close the game out then. It's a risky business thinking like that. Double 16 for Devon, another ton plus shot.
75.
Not to be on this occasion for the African Warrior.
He still analyses what has gone on.
60. Devon, you require
So
32.
they say route back into the match. If he doesn't get it, Niels is a 1-2-1 to win it. Oh, that's awkward.
16.
That's awkward, but it nearly nestled through.
Niels, you require 121.
But nearly in this game isn't good enough, and so Hindo back for the win. But he's not going to find the 121.
81. Devon, you require 16.
Well, he tidily found the treble 20 with his last
Game
dart.
shot in the 5th leg. Devon
Dev
Peterson.
tidily finds the double 8 with his first dart. Goes back to 3-2 as a holder
6th leg
throw.
is Niels
So
to throw first. Game on.
Hindo throwing to see if he can serve out the match.
60.
It's like that song, isn't it? So, let's go.
I think that would work. I think that would work.
Well, do you remember back in the 90s when they dubbed over the D-Ream song, Things Can Only Get Better?
60.
And when they dubbed over the song, it was just the MC Phil Jones saying the word Della at the top of his voice.
Yes, I do remember that.
100.
I just remember because I watched it on YouTube once. I wasn't actually alive.
Well, that's how big an anorak
60.
you are. On the sport of darts.
I think it's called a misspent youth, Scott.
Just as well there wasn't a train station close to your house.
140.
Peterson closing in on a level game.
95. $135. 30. Devon, you require 66.
So 66 for Peterson to take us all the way to a last leg decider. Go in for the bullseye first. 17 left.
50.
Well, this hasn't been the leg that Niels envisaged here to close the game out. It's been far from it.
84.
And I
Devon,
suppose
you
when you've
require
been struggling to
16.
close games out, there is a touch of nervousness with this leg. Maybe he can relax in the next.
Game shot in the 6th leg. Devon Peterson.
Devon Peterson goes 3-3. And we go all the way. Peterson now has the
7th
darts.
and final leg. It's Devon.
Now
to
it's
throw
his turn
first.
to try and
Game
close
on.
the game out with the darts.
$60.
Well, we've already seen Peterson overturn a 3-1 deficit today. Is he about to do so for a second consecutive occasion?
125.
Minute 18 of this game.
100.
And we've still got 7 more for you after this.
Seven more games, Henry, yes.
Yeah, not minutes.
95.
Well, depends if they both faff around on the doubles or not, really, isn't it?
$41.
7 minutes for a leg would be sort of my kind of...
That'd be a quick leg for you.
It would be, yeah, absolutely.
59.
Could take 7 minutes, particularly if it was, say, a double start week and I forgot to go for the double like I did last time. Went straight in scoring. First one to do that.
So it was the same as all your other starting legs. When you hit the double, no score.
Indeed, but I can't believe I'm not up on the MSS records board for that. First one not to go for a double on double start week.
You're on the Hall of Shame out the back.
Oh, is that...
55.
Oh, that's on the back of the
120.
toilet door, that one, the Hall of Shame, isn't it?
Peterson's not going to find the 120. Hindo back for 167 to complete
80.
a
Neil's
4-3 win.
167. $26. Devon, you require 40.
It's double top for the match. Now down for double 10. 2 5s. Doesn't want to go for it, but he knew he had
30.
to, and Neil's on a finish.
Neil's, you require 141.
I can't think like that, Dev. Confidence in the conviction.
Yes. 85.
I think if he'd have
Devon,
thrown
you
that
require
immediately, he had a
10.
chance of that going alongside, but it didn't. So Peterson then double 5. That's a good look.
Splits.
Two.
But does not hit. Clips the wire with a double
Neil's, you
4.
require 56.
And that always puts pressure on for me splitting.
$36.
Well, is
Devon,
Devon
you
Peterson
require
going to
8.
get himself out of jail again? 3-1 down in the last game to win. 3-1 down in this game. Is he going to win? Double 2.
6.
Well, Hindo hasn't won a
Neil,
game
you
since
require
Monday.
20.
He's going to get 3 more darts here at double 10 to get 2 elusive points. He now chases double 5. It moves inside, and now it's his turn to get frustrated. Devon
No
in the
score.
background,
Devon, you
too
require
busy
2.
having a smile, but is he going to have the last laugh?
No score.
Well, the worst bit about it is he actually hit the double 1 with one of the darts that he wasn't allowed to throw.
Niels, you require 20.
Which, if he comes back, might not actually do him any favours. Double 10 for a first win in a couple
Game
of days.
shot and the match.
And you
Niels
have to
Hindo.
say, Niels Hindo has deserved that win. He beats Devon Peterson. It was hard work in the end, but it's a win nonetheless for the Dane. 4-3 the score. Aspbury Kirchmar next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Niels Hindo got the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 3. Game 9. A meeting between Boris Kirchmar and Dan Aspbury. Now, Boris will win here. Will dot the I's and cross the T's in terms of winning this particular Group A. My apologies. Well, so Dan, he finds himself second bottom of this Group A.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Well, he is there realistically, but he can put a cast iron
99.
guarantee on things here.
$96. $93. $95. $44. $140.
Well, 140 for Kirchmar, leaves himself on the big fish to get a break of throw in this opening leg.
58. Boris, you require 170. $96. $78. Boris, you require 74.
I think Aspbury held on to that one a little too long, slipped out of his hand, but it was a handy miss.
54. Dan, you require
Double
129.
19. 129. That leaves him, so he'll be back on the 19s again. But he misses a big 19.
$32. Boris, you require 20. No score.
Well, opportunities
Dan, you
missed.
require
And
97.
actually, it should be said today, there has been a number more misses from Boris in comparison to the first couple of days. Can Aspbury step in? No is the answer.
But to be honest, he
71.
hasn't had to
Boris,
play
you
with the
require
intensity
20.
today, has he? I mean, it's home and hosed now. He's
Game shot in the first
not
leg.
kind of
Boris
going through the
Kirchmar.
motions because you don't want to limp out of the group now, do you? After you've had such a good campaign and
Second leg, it's
you
Boris
want
to throw
to
first.
show the rest of the people
Game
that are
on.
coming in for the rest of the week that I'm the man of this week, and if you're going to win this week, I am going to make myself the favourite and make you apply pressure through
140.
just purely being here.
Well, it's kind of been a little bit more handbrake on, as you say, that intensity hasn't been. And look, it's a
100.
natural thing, isn't it? When you're in a position where you know things are done, I think that natural adrenaline that you're going to get
134.
from the high stakes and intensity does naturally weigh. Now, he can still potentially, Kirchmar, join the 28-point club here at the Super Series. And it's
43.
fair to say that only good players get into the 28-point club.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely
100.
do. It's all about the legs difference, though, isn't it? So where you end up on the 28 club Hall of Fame.
60. Boris, you require 127.
Well, 127 in game for Boris, not to be.
59.
It just feels like Dan Aspbury
57.
today has just
Boris,
ran
you
out of a
require
bit of
68.
steam, and you get the sense that the recovery time between today and
Game
tomorrow
shot
is going to be
the second leg,
important for
Boris
him as
Kirchmar.
Kirchmar goes 2-0 up. 14 darter and
Third leg, it's
has
Dan to throw
everything
first. Game on.
exactly where he wants it.
$59.
He's got the group in his hands. And it has been for Dart
100.
1 on Monday, the exemplary, classy actors. Boys, we expected him to hit the ground running here, but
140.
he's hit the ground running and there's been the absolute domination of which he's gone about this group.
Yeah, he's been as clear cut as his hairstyle here, isn't he, in this group? It's just been
180.
and right on cue once again. When the questions have been asked, Boris has been more than happy to answer.
112.
And you have to ask
100.
yourself if he says he probably will go back to Q school in January, and you have to say, is he going to add his name to the Hall
Boris
of Famers of
121.
players from the Live Lounge heading on to collecting a tour card? A rare mistake, because again he went full on for the treble rather than a little safety net of making sure he
81.
hit the 11.
Dan, you require 130.
Still asking a question of Aspbury though. Another chance not to be across to the 18s.
58. Boris, you require
No
40.
success there for him either. So
Game shot in the third leg.
Kirchmar
Boris
once more.
Kirchmar.
And he's doubling. He's just so good. And that,
Fourth
when you
leg,
look
it's Boris to
across
throw
the
first.
field this
Game
week,
on.
his double percentage is up round 36. We do see people with higher than that, but in this bunch, it is head and shoulders above the rest. And
180.
that 180 sees his second of the match and his 20th of the week.
41.
Average now in excess of 103. And what more could happen here, Boris? What more?
140.
There's only one man that's eclipsed Boris on the 180s, and that's Richie Bernett. He's on 25.
140.
But that's because he's had an exceptional day today so far. He's had 9 180s, but he's been so hit and miss
67.
that it hasn't really culminated in too many wins, but still sat there in the Group B spot is Bernett.
Yeah, he takes on Devon Peterson next in a huge
43.
game for the group.
Boris, you require 114.
But this, to wrap it up here and now, 114. To wrap this game up and to wrap this group up.
96.
We'll come back.
Again, it's that combination, isn't it, that he struggled on today, that crossing over to
45.
that dodgy double
Boris, you
nine. Double
require
nine is a
18.
difficult double at the best of times.
Game shot.
Not
and
for
the match,
Boris on this
Kirchmar.
occasion. It's a 4-0 win for top of the table Kirchmar. We expected no different. Aspbury goes and licks his wounds before he returns. Here's the averages of the game. Another 100 average for Kirchmar, 4 from 10 on the doubles. We head into a short break, and then we have that match between Richie Bernett and Devon Peterson when we return to decide who go.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
$60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there,
require
George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Gets it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Boris Kirchmar got the better of Dan Aspbury by 4-0. Prior to that, we saw Ryan Brownley lose to Richard Bernett, which means that the keys to this group are now Boris Kirchmar's. We can confirm that now. 24 points, enough to win this particular Group A. Ryan Brownley in second position, Richie Bernett in third place, Devon, Dan and Niels assuming the 3 spots at the bottom of the table and into Group C on Thursday and Friday. Right, let's get into our 10th match, and by the end of it, well, we might not have anything else to play for, because Bernett would be in B, Peterson would be in C, and everything else would have been wrapped up. Well, Devon was 3-1 down, wasn't he, to Niels Hyde, so pulled it back to
First leg is Richie
3-3
to throw
before
first.
Niels.
Game on.
One of the last leg decider. Richie so far today. Beat Niels Hyde so 4-1. Beat Dan Aspbury 4-2. And has beaten Ryan Brownley
55.
4-3. So 3 wins out of 3 so far for the Prince of Wales. And it looks
30.
like he's going to be set for dating Group B, which will see Mason Whitlock, Steve Hine, and Mike
44.
Gillette, the best a man can get in there.
Yeah, Bernett doing what we said that one of the 3 had to do.
60.
Peterson, Bernett or Aspbury needed to have a bit of a day today to drop themselves into that Group B.
140.
And it seems to be Bernett is the one who is making the biggest charge towards it.
100.
Needs to have a think.
98.
I think he will. to leave himself on 164. He's in cruise control of this first leg, is Richie Bernett.
85. Richie require 164. $41. $140. Richie, you require 123.
123 is not on the offing for Bernett. It may just be
55.
a dart of the bullseye
Devon, you
here
require 86.
for Peterson to take the opening leg of this contest. Where's that gone?
61.
Into the single. Dart of the ball
Richie, you
goes
require
wide of the
68.
25 mark. And so Bernett looks at double 16.
52.
Doesn't get double
Devon, you
16,
require
just pushes it on the
25.
inside wire by a couple of inches. And so Peterson looking at double 8, having found the single 9. Outside
17.
and then inside. And Bernett
Richie,
back with
requires
another
16.
chance at the target that Devon's just missed.
Yeah, big chance to hold throw here for Bernett.
Eight.
Oh dear.
Devon, you require 8.
And so double 4 after a plethora of missed opportunities.
Game shot in the first
And
leg.
eventually
Devon
finds,
Peterson.
pins it off the barrel of dart 1 into the bottom corner of the
Second
double
leg,
4.
it's Devon to throw
And
first.
Peterson with a
Game
break
on.
of throw leading 1-0.
$100.
And is the reigning global
41.
champion. And the competition is back this year, back in December. The tournament kicks off on Monday, December the 1st, with all
123.
56 players. That's double the field of last year, or more than double the field of last year. Competing in an exciting group stage format. Stage 1, 8 groups of
60.
7 players each, with the top 4 from each group advancing to the knockout group phase, which is 8 groups of 4 players, where only the winner will progress through to the grand final,
100.
where the 8 remaining players will battle for the Global Championship title during the first week of January at the Modus Live Lounge.
85.
Each group stage will be completed in a single day, with Group 1 commencing on December the 1st, and the following groups played on consecutive days. So, for
60.
example, you'll have 8 consecutive days of Stage 1, followed by 4 consecutive days of Stage 2, and then the final will take place at the beginning of January. Dates, etc. will be confirmed for that.
86.
The winner
Devon, you require 118.
will pick up over double what Devon earned last year. 60 grand to the winner out of a £150,000
58.
prize fund. 20,000 to the runner-up. 8 grand for the semis. 4 grand if you qualify for the quarterfinals on the finals day. And even if you lose every single game in the first stage group, you're guaranteed to
100.
pick up
Devon, you
500
require
quid.
60.
Devon will be back to retain that title.
20. Richie, you require 129.
Devon could see Richie Bernett pop up at the Globals in December. We're going to see him pop up with a 129 checkout.
104.
Not
Devon, you
quite
require
on this
40.
occasion. Dev back for tops. One up, one in.
Game shot in the second
Exactly
leg. Devon
right.
Peterson.
Peterson doubles his lead, and
Third leg, it's
previous
Richie to throw
encounters this
first.
week
Game
between
on.
the two. It's been 4-1 to Bernett on both occasions. So Peterson already
100.
has got more legs off of Bernett than he has done in his previous 2 games
100.
in what we call a single sitting.
60. $95.
Yeah, nicely done by Dev there.
$60.
So close, I think, is what Richie is indicating there. Stay down. Not quite what you wanted.
97.
Well, that first dart is a beauty for Richie, and that is why he's so frustrated. The second one's dropped below.
140.
Because he wanted it to go where the third one went.
Scored. 91. Richie,
Yeah, well picked up with the
141.
last. So 141 coming in for Bernett, and not going to happen on this occasion. He does like to go to that side and slide one over the top. Disappointed. Shocking, I think, was what he said there. He's blocked the 20 with the first dart, tried to manipulate and manoeuvre with the second. That didn't work. Double 19 here for Dev.
80.
Oh,
Richie
that is
required
tight.
97.
But not in. Offering Bernett a chance. Going straight for the treble. Hits it. Tops. He's been good on. And he's still good on it. A 97 for Richie Bernett. Gives him a lifeline.
Fourth leg, it's Devon to throw first.
Really needed to hold that throw, didn't he?
Yeah, important leg for Richie just to keep himself in the contest. Peterson does still have the ascendancy of throw, but that's an ascendancy that in this leg he'll have to cash in.
$45.
Peterson will know that Richie's last game is against Kirchmar.
140.
With no disrespect to Richie Bernett in any way, shape or form, the way that Boris has played in this group, you're not expecting him to get anything out of that one. Stranger things have happened, of course. Because we don't play on paper, we play on sisal. But yeah, on paper you would say it's going to be very difficult for him to get anything out of it. And
140.
Devon's last game will be against Dan Aspbury.
83. Devon, you require 130.
So this for 3-1. Plenty of time, and he's going to have to use all that time.
78.
Needs 52 out of 12. On for a potential 14 darter here.
180.
And he's going to be under
Devon,
a bit of pressure.
52.
Bernett bags to max was the only way he could have left to finish, and that's exactly what he's done. Double 16. He has hated this part of the board at times this week.
36.
And he chastides it
Richie
more
require
there.
136.
Well, having hit tops on his last occasion, I would have thought that Dev would have gone back there.
$41. Devon, you require 16. No score. Richie, you require 95.
Dev still having no lockdown on that part of the board, and Bernett on 95. We've seen him take out 97.
Yes, 83 left.
83 left, Richie.
$63.
Oh, lovely last
Devon, you
start.
require 16.
2 4s.
Game shot in the fourth
Makes
leg.
it
Devon
3-1
Peterson.
to Devon Peterson. Bernett
Fifth leg is
bemoaning
Richie to
himself
throw
at
first.
the
Game on.
back of the hockey. But he can only have himself to blame. 1 from 7 on his doubles in this game. Average sub 75 so far. It's not as if Devon's had to really play well to put himself in this position.
68.
Could this be in a position now that Bernett's in a position that he's needing every leg he can get?
Well, he's got a lot of wiggle room in the table, hasn't he?
95.
But that room for manoeuvre can very quickly
100.
be extracted. +2 -10, the swing at the moment. Peterson wins his
60.
4-1. Just trying to do some maths here. -5 plus 1, -9, sorry, plus 1
40.
would be the respective legs' differences, which would mean the worst case scenario is only got 1 game left after this. Peterson would have to win
100.
4-0, and Bernett with a 4-0 defeat would only be on -3. So Bernett's safe regardless,
41.
irrespective of what happens from here on in.
$100.
Well, if you don't laugh, you're going to cry, I suppose, Richie.
81. Devon, you require 146.
I thought he was going to give his darts a backhander there.
55.
I'll tell you what, that's the type of backhand that Carlos Alcaraz would struggle to return. Yeah, he says.
46. Devon, you require 91.
To wrap it up, double 9.
73.
Now,
Richie,
this is
require
some Richie Bernett up if he finds
125.
this.
$53. Devon, you require 18.
So double 9. 2 4s.
Game shot.
In it
and the match,
goes,
Devon
and
Peterson.
it's a 4-1 win for Devon Peterson against Richie Bernett. Well, Richie's going through the full mill of emotion right now, isn't he? I've got no words. Boris and Ryan's next. Welcome back to Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Devon Peterson get the better of Richie Bernett by 4 legs to 1. Our next game is a meeting between Boris Kirchmar and Ryan Brownley. Game 11 of our day here on the South Coast. And for Boris, he is already through to Saturday's final. Whilst for Ryan Brownley, we can now count him out of the equation in terms of qualifying through to Saturday's finale.
First leg, it's Boris to throw first. Game on.
Kirchmar with a 6-point lead at the top of the table with 4 points left to play for. And for Boris, it's going to be, as far as he's
100.
concerned, counting down the days before Saturday night's final here in Portsmouth, because he has got 2 days off. He can go and see all the wonderful, wonderful,
134.
wonderful sights of Portsmouth and then be done at 9 o'clock in the morning.
140.
I think you're underselling it. I have to be honest, I've had to
125.
wind away a few hours here on a Saturday, and I've had no problem with that.
You've got Gunwharf Quays, you've got the
42.
dockyard, you've got the town centre, you've got the road out of the city.
Yeah, you really are selling it. I don't see you
135.
getting a job with the tourist board here in Portsmouth.
There's no way there's a tourist board here.
Absolutely. You've got the HMS Victory, one of the most
47.
famous ships in
Ryan,
all
you
the
require
land.
107.
Probably all the world. Spinnaker Tower you didn't mention.
Oh, it's a beautiful street
71.
cafe across the road from it.
There's even a dart shop in Portsmouth. You can go down there and get your flights and stems or new darts.
Matter of fact, there is a very nice cafe
85.
down in
Ryan, you require
down opposite the
36.
Spinnaker Tower. So much so that as Brownley looks at
Game
13
starting the first
data, gets a
leg, Ryan
13
Brownley.
data. So much so as I've actually taken Jared Cole there on a couple of occasions before Group C
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw
campaign.
first.
And both the
Game
times
on.
that we've been to said restaurant, he's won 5 out of 5 on that day.
Can you get me the name and number just in case I get to play again?
36.
Would that be England's Jared Cole you're talking about, going to the World Cup in South Korea?
Yeah, just for context, in case you don't know who Jared Cole is, he beat Bo Greaves and then got absolutely
95.
battered from pillar to post by Reece Robinson.
Not to be confused with
100.
Reese Witherspoon, the film star.
$60. $85.
Well, Boris' only defeat in this group actually came to the hands of Ryan Brownley on Monday.
140.
If he wins 2 more games, he will join the fabled 28-point club.
125. $174. Ryan, you got 155.
Sharp shooting from Boris.
105. Boris, you require 32. Game shot in the second leg. Boris Kirchmar.
Sharp finishing 2. 13 dart. Break
leg,
of
it's
throw.
Boris to
So a
throw
pair of
first.
13 darts
Game
as we
on.
open up with here. These two are top of the group. We expect no different. And to be honest, they're just showing exactly why they are top of the group. For me, this is
100.
a kind of strange one for Ryan Brownley, because should he actually turn Boris over here, he maybe rue that defeat against Devon earlier in the day.
100. $77. 140.
Tell you what Boris has got. He's got this ability. We kind of said it in the previous game of sometimes going quiet and then
41.
all of a
Boris, you
sudden
require 161.
just finding a bit of a spell, and it just feels like he's doing something similar here. 13 dart in the previous leg. He'll go for the bull.
136.
And could be on for a potential 14 dart to the follow-up because he's hit the 25.
Yeah, indeed, he does.
180.
Oh, young Mr. Brownley,
Boris,
what a
you require
response to
25.
that.
So 2 8s. And a little gander.
9.
And then went further away.
Ryan, you
And so
require
Bradley
103.
returns 103 for the break. For a consecutive break in the game. Double 12.
91.
That would have stung, wouldn't it? If
Boris, you require
that
16.
Yeah, would have done, but it was a great attempt.
Game shot in the third leg. Boris,
You knew that
Kirchmar.
was always going to be on the cards from Boris.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game up.
It's 40% on the double percentage in this match alone. And he knows he has to step this game up against this young man because
140.
he can do the numbers. He's been the one that's probably shown us all that he can do the numbers
60.
that Boris has been doing. And consistently as well. And this is the sort of game that you see Brownley excel in. One
140.
where it's not a little bit bitty. He knows what's coming. He knows it's going to be constant treble 20s. He knows it's going to be a constant
140.
onslaught. So he just then concentrates on himself.
Well, if Paul Nicholson was sat here, he'd talk about rivalries of the week. And I just get the sense that potentially
100.
this is the game that we're going to be watching at 11 o'clock on Saturday.
Oh, brave shout. Brave shout with
40.
another 6 to come in.
Ryan, you
Each one will be at the door and give you a little slap, I should think, if they've heard that.
Well, I'm glad I said Boris was one of the two that's going to make the final then.
Absolutely.
Mind you, I don't think I'd like a left hook off a Dev.
40.
No, true. I do tend to
Ryan, you require
kind of
81.
be along your line of thought, to be fair, Henry.
Although, to be fair, if Dev went for a right hook of me today, the way he's been playing, probably would miss anyway. But anyway, double top for Brownley.
41.
He's got 3 more to level up at 2 apiece. Yeah, I really do feel like
140.
the two groups for the
Ryan,
rest of
you
the week
require
really
40.
are open. For in terms of particularly Group C, that's an absolute free-for-all for somebody to go and
Game
win.
shot in the fourth
Brownley levels
leg.
up
Ryan
2-2.
Brownley.
Yeah, but they're open for somebody to have a bit of a run and, have a lot of confidence going into
Fifth leg,
Saturday
it's
night.
Boris to
So
throw first. Game up.
that can happen here as well. Brownley hold a throw in 16 darts. Nicely done from the young man from the northeast.
135.
And both here, you have to say, throwing with a little bit of freedom.
100.
Brownley sat on 98 and a bit in the averages. Boris on 95.81. A nice little rip up
100.
here. you say? Could be the prequel to the final Saturday night. Who knows?
140.
A lot of darts to be thrown between now and then.
And,
25.
oh no, that's desperately unlucky.
For Boris, yes. For Brownley, no.
$45.
Trying to force the issue with the last. Let go of it a little late.
134. $40. Boris, you require 107.
Once again, a bit of lateral drift for Brownley into the fives.
91.
So Kirchmar 8-8 to open up a 3-2 lead in this game. To put himself
119. Boris, you require
to
16.
within a leg of victory. 2 8s.
No score.
Cannot find a way through, and Brownley's got a break chance here.
There he has.
Ryan, you require 57.
Should get 2. Big 17. He does this part of his routine, takes a step back, blows his fingers, steps in, stares
Game
out the
shot
tops
fifth
and
leg,
hits
Ryan
it.
Brownley.
And Brownley now has the darts to inflict
Sixth leg, it's Ryan to break
Kirchmar's
first.
second defeat of the week.
Game up.
Brownley was the one that beat him last time, so going out of the group phase here, Brownley will be able to say, well, he didn't win it because of me, because I
134.
beat him twice. That's what he'll want to be able to say. Is there a, I mean, is there
96.
a position here where we could say, you know, Boris has got the job done and he's not too worried about it? Or
134.
are we in a position to say that every time that Boris got pushed by Brownley, Brownley overcame him?
Well, he's averaging here, Ryan, the best part of a ton. So
140.
I think it's definitely more an example of what Ryan's done right as opposed to what his opponent's done wrong. And yes, okay, you had to rely on those misses on 8-8 in the previous leg, granted.
43.
But he has forced issues for himself throughout the course of this contest.
But Boris has had now so many games since day one when Brownley beat him that
98.
have kind of been a little bit run-of-the-mill for him. Do you then end up kind of just going through the motions and then somebody comes and challenges you and you think, oh, hang on a minute, I better turn up here? And that's why you missed that
100.
8-8 by
Boris, you require
such a narrow
167.
margin.
Well, in some ways, it may actually make the 2-day break worth it because you come back in refreshed and revitalised come Saturday.
97.
But Brownley, for a 4-2 win,
Ryan, you require 90.
he hasn't lost many games this week as Boris Kirchmar. Is he going to be beaten in this one? He's got a beautiful guy for the treble, which he tried to chase and he's drifted wide. And so Kirchmar's going to come back here for the 70 to take us all the way, to take us
50.
to a last leg
Boris, you
decider.
require 70.
And to be honest, in this group, it probably would be fitting if it went all the way. But
66.
8-8 and 4-4 do not correlate for Boris. And so Brownley is back looking at double top
Ryan, you require
to
40.
get his second win of the week against the Croatian. And maybe just leave a little bit of a mark if they were to meet again
Game
on
start,
Saturday.
unmatched, Ryan
But
Brownley.
Boris Kirchmar is not going to join the 28-point club. Ryan Brownley with a 4-2 win. And you can see what it meant to him. He may lose the group to Boris, but he's not going to lose the personal head-to-head. It was a really good contest, really good performance from Ryan. 4 from 6 on his doubles, 96 on the dot, his average. Next up, Niels Hindo takes on Dan Aspbury. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It looks stunning, doesn't it, on this Wednesday afternoon? That's the view from the roof. And this is the view from the stage. There you go. That's the view from the stage. It's game number 12 of the day. It's a meeting between Niels Hindo and Dan Aspbury. And this, a meeting between the bottom two players in the group. Dan 5th, Niels 6th.
First leg is Niels
Looking
to throw
to
first.
draw upon
Game
some
on.
oh so important confidence ahead of the second half of their weeks on Thursday and Friday respectively. And for Niels,
125.
he got that elusive win, didn't he, against Devon Peterson last time out. Had to work hard for it in the end.
100.
It looked so simple, didn't it, when he was 3-1 up in that match against the African Warrior. But was forced to go the full 7 legs and came out the other side a victor.
135.
As for Dan, I just beginning to get a little bit concerned about him.
96.
Scott, don't know about you, but he lost that first game to Ryan Brownley. He played okay, just got outplayed by a very good performance from Ryan, but ever since,
85.
he's kind of been found wanting a little bit.
Yeah, I think you get to the point where you feel like you're just going through the motions in
132.
these
Niels,
sort
you're
of
156.
round robin things. If there's not anything up for grabs for you after the first sort of game or two here today, it was quite clear that he couldn't grab the Group B spot. So
138.
when you've been here and, like you say, made a finals night and stuff, there's a certain expectation, not only from your
59.
friends within the game,
Niels, you
but
require
from you
18.
yourself more than anything. And you want to come in and hit the ground running and all guns are blazing.
14.
And he started well on
Dan, you
Monday,
require
and we thought he was a touch
114.
unlucky on Monday, to be honest. Running good averages and you know, finished the day with an 85 average on Monday, but has kind of failed a little bit to deliver from then. Although Tuesday he did have a
42.
couple of games where he was
Niels
3-1 down and
require
got back into the matches and won them 4-3, which was a total reversal to
Game
the
shot
Monday
the
where he
first
gave a
leg.
couple of
Niels
those
Hindo.
games away where he was 3-1 up. So there's been flashes of what
Dan
he,
to play
I like
first.
what I
Game up.
see with him, and I think that he's still very much learning about the game, and this
59.
discipline is very different to any other disciplines we play. You could lose a game here in the group stages, and usually you'd be on your way home and you'd have a week to sort it out, and you'd go to another tournament the
100.
following weekend and have a week to kind of get by it. But the way that it works here, you can be off the board for 15 minutes and back on, and you've got to
60.
learn how to bounce back and recover from losses and not drag them about with you. So there's lots of different superlatives to do with this round robin type game, and
135.
the more you pay them, the more you get used to them.
$140.
Now, please don't judge me, Scott, based on what I'm about to say.
But I'm going to.
You probably are. Everyone probably is, and
99.
everyone's probably going to think that I've lost the plot. I probably have. But don't Dan Aspbury's flights and stem combinations remind me of carrot sticks for some reason.
41. Niels, you require 167.
Hang on, I'll just go and turn the lights out to see if you can see in the dark.
167. Bullseye.
133.
He's left double 17. It'd be interesting to see if he goes straight at it.
96. Niels, you require 34.
Does he two this up, or does he have a good go at it?
Game shot in the second leg.
Oh,
Niels
fine, it's double
Hindo.
17 in the corner. Had a little glance over. And Niels 2-0 up.
Third leg is Niels to throw first. Game up.
Control of the contest. And this could be back-to-back wins here. for the Dane.
25.
Well, from the Great Dane to Dan Aspbury, who at the moment hasn't got Scooby-Dooby-Doo what's going on.
44.
Yeah, sometimes you can get to the point with your game where you're overthinking. You're thinking how you're holding the dart, thinking if you're stood in the right place. Everything you need to eliminate from the game
55.
is going through his mind currently, I would imagine.
$96.
Well, we've still got one more round of fixtures to go after this. 3 more matches after this one.
79.
We're going to be with you throughout the course of the afternoon here on Pluto TV. And actually, there's plenty of other stuff on Pluto.
135. $30.
Yeah, there's plenty coming up across the channel. Coming up once
100.
we are done here on this particular broadcast. We're going to have a tungsten talk with Adam Gavlas.
140. Dan, you require 126.
Plenty of other fun stuff, such as the Upside Down Darts Challenge. And then we're going to be hearing from Mark Dubbridge as well a little bit later on in the day. And Tommy Marsh, your old pal from Dorset. He's involved in one of a number of tungsten talks tonight. Oh, and Ref Wars as well. Russ Bray against George
85.
Noble. That's there
Dan, you
for your
require 38.
entertainment this evening. And the latest episode of Break a Throw with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar
Dan Aspbury.
analysing players' throws before and after injury. Aspbury brings it back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
So the very technical aspect of the throw. Another nice feature that
59.
10 years ago you'd have never seen anything like that about darts. So it's great that we now have our own designated channel on the Pluto TV platform. All sorts of content to do with the game.
126.
Sometimes we even go to like people's houses and go to their farms and stuff.
Yes, feature-length interviews on the farm. In fact,
96.
that was actually on the channel a few days ago. I was going across my my planner, and I saw that. If you are in need of something
30.
to ease you into your evening retirement, Glenn Durrant's Tungsten Talk is on 10:30 tonight.
59. $100. 59. 40. 41. 89.
For the ball with the last, to try and get the 5 off. Didn't quite go for Hindo.
84. Neil, do you require 116?
Treble acquired, treble found, and so double top.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Beautiful,
Niels Hindo.
brilliant from Niels Hindo to break the throw, to go 3-1 up, and
Fifth
just
leg
stop
is Niels
the
to throw first.
Mini assault that Dan Aspbury was just beginning to provide.
Yeah, wins have been hard to come by for Aspbury today.
44.
I have to say his kind of scoring has dropped off. 8 180s on Monday, 4 yesterday, just the 2 today.
140.
And it's kind of the bit, as I say, scoring drops off. He hits a 140. Fantastic commentator's curse, but maybe I should have been saying that 2 games ago. Dan could have maybe had a bit of a lift off. But yeah, no, it's a sign of why it's not been for him today.
180.
140, 180. I told you his scoring was terrible today.
Well, Aspbury.
41.
Looking to keep the game going further.
56.
Now, we have seen 3-1 score lines be overturned to 4-3 wins today. We've also seen Niels
55.
Hindo go 3-1 up and then get
125.
pegged back to a last leg decider. Aspbury's
61.
just beginning to up it a little here.
$100. Daniel requires 64.
So, to extend the game.
Game shot in the 5th
15
leg.
darts,
Dan
back to
Aspbury.
3-2.
6th leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, much better leg from Dan there.
59.
Some players need to be put up against the cost to start making them concentrate a little harder, find a little more from their game.
59. $140. $60.
Another one of those.
138.
Leaves 164, and that's exactly what he needed. Hindo way back on 382, and Niels is going to be relying on a
45.
big last
Daniel
leg
require 164.
with the darts to hold Aspbury off, because you feel that all the momentum here is with Aspbury. It will be if he hits the ball. You have to go for it.
39.
With his playing his opposition, on 3-3-7. It's one of those we all see in that
55. Daniel required 25.
questions and interviews. 170. Do you lay up or go for it? You always go for it.
Oh, this is a little awkward.
9.
And that's the reason why, you know, the angle of it was saying, come and hit me and I will divert you to somewhere where you don't want to be.
Just like the M25 on a Sunday morning. Anyway,
25.
2-8.
Daniel requires 16.
Spent many a night having to divert round there. Anyway, 2-8.
Shot in the 6th leg. Dan Aspbury.
And we divert this game to leg number 7.
7th and final leg. It's Niels to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, good start. An opening throw for Hindo. It puts the pressure back on Aspbury straight
60.
away. And he goes troubleless. So Hindo now has to follow that 140. If you don't follow it, then it is a wasted
55.
throw. And it's a 55. So a 140 here from Aspbury, and he's back in it.
60.
Should be down on the 19s, but I don't think he will. He hasn't done it thus far this week.
85.
And it was lovely that our spotter recognised that fact and stayed up top.
100.
The spotter who shall remain nameless. Well, actually, it's Jared Cole, but
60.
I was going to say King of the Castle was my tungsten teaser and let them guess.
$140. Neil, do you require 161?
161 does not go, and so Aspbury will get a match-winning opportunity.
$99. Dan, you require 141.
So 141 then. Not to be, and so Hind. So this could be for back-to-back wins for him here. If he can
58.
find this 62,
Neil, you require 62.
it mean that today would have been his best day of the week. Double 10.
52.
He's almost too close with the first,
Dan, you
wasn't
require
he?
83.
And if you've got, say, 4 or 5 wins under your belt this week, that one drops in, doesn't it? 16 for Bull. Gone for the treble. How many times have we seen that today? Got a little greedy.
51.
Gone for the treble.
Neil, do you require 10?
And gone wayward. We've seen that 3 or 4 times today from varying players.
So double 5. And now 2 2s. They say 2s never lose.
Game shot
It's
and
a
the match.
double which
Neil's
secures
Hindo.
the win for Niels Hind Show. A 4-3 success against Dan Aspbury, which means it's back-to-back wins for Niels after the break. Boris Kirchmar and Richie Bernett.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Bernett. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Bernett. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Every lie, baby, burn me to ashes. Then I rise. You set my body, all on my body. You set my body, all on my body.
Double 10.
On fire.
And Scotland are off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Van Skiën. Bernett steps up, and Richie Bernett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands.
Yeah, the international pairs is back at the end of August. Tickets available now on dartshop.tv. The next team will be announced on Saturday, and it's going to be Team Switzerland. I'll tell you what, I'll tell you one thing about Switzerland. That flag, that's a huge plus. Play to be revealed on Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's get into game 13 of the session. But before that, let's tell you what has happened before, if I don't get the sack for that awful pun. Kirchmar, Bernett, Aspbury, Peterson, Brownley, Hindo to come. Boris Kirchmar has won the group. He's going to play his final game in a couple of moments' time. Ryan Brownley in second, Bernett in third, Peterson fourth, Aspbury fifth, and Hindo in sixth. That's the worst gag I've ever done. Let's get into game number 13, shall we? And it is Richie Bernett and Boris Kirchmar going head-to-head. It's Wales against Croatia. Tell you what, I don't actually know the lineup, but I tell you what, I'd love to see a Croatian team. Croatian team of Boris Kirchmar and Romeo Grbovac, because I think that would do some damage when it comes to
First leg is
the
Boris
international pairs.
Game on.
Well, Richie Bernett shakes hands with Boris Kirchmar and a Bluetooth speaker before this game gets underway.
140.
Now, I genuinely, this is the first nation of which I genuinely don't know the lineup for. And I tell you now, if
97.
Mr. Belmont is in that Swiss team, that could be interesting, because I think he's one of the best players not on tour at this present moment in time. We saw glimpses of some great stuff from him. We haven't seen him here this year. We've not seen him here this year yet. And I'm really surprised about that.
180.
As Bernett
80.
bags the game's first maxi.
121. $140. Boris, you require 103. $71. Richie, you require 84.
So treble 20 for Bernett.
Game
Double
shot in the first
12
leg,
and-
Richie Bernett.
It's one of those games where you just know that this is right up Bernett
Second
Street,
leg is
isn't it?
Richie to throw first.
It's
Game
one of
up.
those moments where he is trying to prove you may be top of the group, young man, but I'm going to beat you.
85.
It's a little bit of that. It just gets his concentration going. It gets his mojo going. Gets his back up and really wants to play well, doesn't he? And it goes to show that Richie plays each
100.
individual game as an individual as well.
Yeah, the Prince of Wales trying to channel that. Do you know who I am? I'm Richie Bernett.
Now it goes, do you know who I am?
81.
Boyle.
One of Wales's great sports people, Richie Bernett, has entertained us for...
58.
Well, it's 30 years ago since he won the World Championship. Played in a World Cup in the 1980s. To put in perspective,
140.
Richie Burnett's longevity. When he won the World Championship title, John Major was Prime Minister. Blackburn Rovers had won the
60.
Premier League. Everton would have won the FA Cup that year. The 1995 World Cup took place, the Rugby World Cup, the infamous World Cup
81.
in South Africa.
In
1995,
Richie
I
required
don't think I was
114.
playing that much. I think I was changing nappies a fair bit. My kids were extremely young, so that would have been happening.
94. Boris, you require
Just to put that in
103.
perspective, my daughter is just about to give birth in a couple of months' time and make me a granddad for the first time.
62.
Well, many congratulations,
Richie, you
Scott, on
required
behalf of
20.
all of us here.
It just reminds me that I'll be changing nappies again. Thanks, guys.
And Richie Bernett will be winning games at darts.
10.
Francois Pienaar was the South
Boris, you
African
require 41.
captain that received the trophy from Nelson Mandela in 1995. Double 16 for Boris.
25.
Doesn't go, and so Bernett back for a
Richie,
2-0
you
lead
require
in this
10.
game. 2 5s to do exactly that.
Game shot in the
2
second
5s,
leg.
exactly
Richie
that.
Bernett.
2-0 Richie Bernett leads in this game.
Third leg, it's Boris to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you what, shall we do some more fun? We've got a bit of time, haven't we, to have a look at the scoring power pack. Kirchmar kicks off a 140. Because we've got a little bit of time,
100.
let's have a look at 1995, shall we? In a little bit more detail. Just have a look at music
96.
in 95. Cotton Eye Joe was top of the charts by Rednecks. Take That, Back for Good, were top for 4 weeks. Some might say by Oasis.
125.
Country House by Blur was top of the chart. Oh, I tell you what, this was a song, wasn't it? Fairground by Simply Red.
134.
Yeah, I've never really listened to anything Simply Red because he's a Man United supporter, isn't he? And I'm not keen.
In terms of other bits. Not really too much else to report from 1995 in
97.
terms
Boris,
of
you
music.
record
Anyway,
131.
131 for Boris.
83. Richie require... Oh, sorry. $137. Boris, you require 48.
Double 16.
Game
And it
shot
goes.
the third leg.
Kirchmar brings
Boris
it back
Kirchmar.
to 2-1. The British Grand Prix was won by Johnny
Fourth leg, it's
Herbert that
Richie
year,
to
and he's
throw first.
Benetton.
I remember
Game
that. I think it was a funny race. I think it was a wet race twice, I think. Oh, showing me age now, aren't I?
100.
Well, I suppose becoming a granddad in a couple of months is showing me age.
The British Open was won by John Daly in a playoff
140.
in the golf.
Talking of mavericks of sports, there's another one. John Daly. Never seen the likes of him again in golf, have we?
60.
Cameron Smith, I suppose, is the closest.
$134.
San Francisco 49ers won the Super Bowl.
Was that Joe Montana? At quarterback, I believe it was.
I'll leave that to your
83.
rather extensive knowledge.
I was big into the American football. Still am, actually. Missed the Sunday night game.
The infamous Boxing Day test in Melbourne, where umpire Darryl Hare
134.
no-balled Sri Lankan spinner Mattia 7 times of throwing in the second test against Australia. Tour de France was won by Miguel
45.
Indurain of
Boris, you
Spain.
require 93.
And just one final one.
53.
Claire won the All-Ireland Hurling Championship. Well done to Claire.
That's the place, not the
Yes,
girl.
it
Yes.
is, yeah, not the person, yeah.
129.
Just double checking.
Boris, you require
And Stephen
40.
Hendry beat Nigel Bond 18-9 at the Crucible to win the Snooker Championship.
Game
Anyway,
shot the fourth
Kirchmar
leg.
levels
Boris
up at
Kirchmar.
2-2.
Another useless fact. Neil Folds' sister plays Dorset County
Fifth
with
leg,
us.
it's Boris to throw first.
Doesn't play snooker at all, she doesn't.
Game up.
I wouldn't say it's useless, but it's a fact.
Not particularly interesting. Bit like your tungsten teasers.
Now, I will not have any tungsten teaser
21.
slander, Mr. Mitchell.
And Neil's a lovely guy as well, I can vouch for as well. What a lovely guy. Fellow commentator like you and I.
96.
No, to be fair, I do enjoy your tungsten teasers. It makes my mind go over. And I start to think, where was I? What was I? Why do I remember that?
85.
Well, the good news is that we're going to have a bumper tungsten teaser tomorrow.
Why? Because we have 2 sessions.
Yep.
100.
See, I'm getting to know you now, aren't I?
It's only been 3 years, Scott.
I know.
And we'll go for an Italian in the middle of it.
140.
Oh, calzone to you.
Well, it's actually been quite a good game. Both players averaging 97.
78.
And Richie Bernett is just beginning to give himself the full range of emotions. And Boris just in the background, just trying to let Richie get on with what Richie
85.
needs to get on with.
I see Richie as that character, a bit like the John Cleese character in Fawlty Towers. Outside thrashing his car with a tree branch. And things are
91.
going wrong.
Boris, you require 170.
Another. Oh, just clips the flight. And so
98.
Bernett back for
Richie, you require
136
136
for the break-in to make it 3-2. We'll stay there. Beautiful guy. Oh, he's got treble 12. Okay. Change attack. Oh, he's miscounted, hasn't he?
114. Boris, you require 72.
Has he realised yet? That's the question.
60 scored. 66. Richie, you require 22.
Well, he's retracing his steps here, Richie, as to where things may have previously
I
gone
had a
wrong.
feeling when he left the board that he didn't realise it.
Yeah, it's 22 left. Yeah.
So my fault. Yeah, good. He's got there now. You watch him at this double 11 first start.
Game
Told
shot
you,
the fifth leg, Richie
brilliant.
Bernett.
Absolute brilliance from Madness with Richie Bernett. This is what
Sixth
you
leg
get
is
with him.
Richie to throw
Entertainment personified.
Game up.
Still asking himself why he did it. Richie, it doesn't matter. You hit the double 11.
What's they say about the difference between genius and madness being so thin a line?
57.
The one that's the most flummoxed is Boris in the background there.
41.
Well, Boris is trying his best to kind of not get involved in the Bernett shenanigans.
But ultimately, I've been there. When you're trying not to get involved,
100.
he does things where you instinctively want to go, what are you going to do next? So it kind of takes your mind off of your game because you enjoy
100.
playing Richie that much. He's difficult to play because you don't know what's coming next. You talk about the likes of Ronnie
81.
O'Sullivan within the game of snooker. And like you say, the genius is just so borderline with
59.
you don't know what's coming next. And that's what makes them interesting people in life, let alone interesting people to watch whilst playing sport. And I do hold Richie in that higher regard.
43.
Well, Maverick players are intertwined between the good, the bad, the ugly, and you just never quite know where the extremities of those are going to be.
100.
But he's got 6 starts here. And for Boris Kirchmar, I would have liked his last 2 games of the group because last time out he did lose to Ryan Brownley. But it matters not because he's going to be into
100.
Saturday's final on his debut, and he's going to be, you think, the favourite to go on and then take the title when it comes to Saturday night in a Champions Week
Richie
debut
require 120.
in August. Bernett, though, to win this game.
60. Boris, you
Kirchmar
require
looking at
24.
Double 12 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. 6s. Double 3.
18.
Don't go.
Richie,
And
you
really, for the
require
first time this
60.
week, we've seen real frustration pour out of Boris Kirchmar. And so Bernett back for the match, looking at double top to wrap up a 4-2 win.
40.
Deep slow
Boris, you require 6.
for last leg decider.
Game shot in the 6th
He
leg. Boris
pins
Kirchmar.
double 3.
Yeah, you mentioned the madness within players. That
Seventh
I
and
have
final
seen
leg
madness
is
within
Boris to
players
throw
before
first.
in my early days at the
Game
BEO.
up.
We had one player that I know, and I won't mention his name, hitchhiked all the way to the Belgium Open, took his tent because he couldn't afford a hotel, jumped over a wall,
55.
pitched his tent, and woke up in the morning, and he was in the local zoo. And had to lift his tent and be removed fairly quickly. So where there's a will, there's a way with some of these players.
140.
Quite literally in the lion's den.
Well, that was the rumour of where he pitched it, but because I
100.
wasn't there, I don't know whether that's added to the story to make it more interesting or not.
Yeah, it just turned out it was in with the pandas.
But it's a true story.
41.
That's the point.
It's like a reverse of the film Madagascar, isn't it?
Yeah, there was no King Julian involved in this.
100.
Well, Richie Bernett spends a lot of his time on this stage moving it.
60.
He'd like to move it all right. He'd like to have hit that tops and be wandered off now at 4-2. He's got all the work to do. You can see Boris throwing a little
100.
slower, trying to concentrate a little more.
Sometimes when you play Richie Bernett, you've got to be like those penguins in that film. Smile and wave, boys. Smile
41.
and wave.
And that's the slip.
Boris, you require
That has let-
146.
Kirchmar through. Stays down.
95.
So back for 51 to complete a 4-3 victory.
61.
And it
Boris,
mean
you
that he would
require
finish his group
51.
on 26 points. He's had to do this one the hard way. But it's
Thanks,
job
and the
done for
match,
Boris
Boris
Kirchmar. He was the best player in Group A. And he finishes at 26 points. And a beautiful embrace between the pair at the end there. Richie, don't quite know what's going on. He's gone for magical mystery tour of the stage. He's gone to have a little chat with the scoreboard. He's now found another friend. He's still having a look at the scoreboard. And now he frails his arms on his head and he goes, what on earth? Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Boris Kirchmar got the better of Richie Bernett by 4 legs to 3. Our penultimate match is a meeting between Dan Aspbury and Devon Peterson. The two players will be playing their darts in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, respectively. Devon, he's had some good joy in recent times when he's found himself pitted in that particular group. As for Dan, well,
first leg
just
is
get the
Dan
sense
to throw
tomorrow is going to
first.
be a
Game on.
case of just going back to the drawing board a little bit, starting again and just seeing where things will take him. He will get us underway in this one.
56. $140.
Whereas Devon, you can see all the pluses and noughts and the equals signs, but there's
58.
points today where all of his problems were being multiplied. The African warrior. But the African warrior will not be a warrior
31.
when it comes to tomorrow. Kind of said this morning that today's all about a bit of a reset ahead of his stint later on in the week. And he's one of those players that
81.
still has that ambition, but it's got so many other things going on aside from his playing commitments. Doing a lot of work with
82.
the International Schools Federation. He's been doing some work with them in terms of getting the championships underway, and he's doing a lot of work with that.
84.
I believe there's going to be some events taking place in the city of Portsmouth to do with that in the not too distant future.
83.
Is now the time where I say practice what you preach.
58.
Leaving yourself 165. Darts maths.
95. Dan, you require 164.
So Aspbury looking at 164. Can't be done now.
56. Devon, you
So
require
Peterson
70.
back for 70 to get the break and to win the opening leg of the match. He's going to get a dart, a double 16.
54.
Just
Dan, you
nudges it on
require
the
108.
inside. And so Aspbury returns looking at 108 for 1-0 lead.
$51. Devon, you require 16.
So double 8 for Dev. Now looking at double 4. And
Game
making
shot
no
in the first
mistake on
leg,
double
Devon
4.
Peterson.
And Devon Peterson gets a breaker throw right at the very beginning of the contest.
Second leg is Devon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this a kind of parting shot to Group A
45.
for Devon to get him into... Oh, that's a
140.
funny dart. It looked to have bounced out and then stepped back in.
$44. $60. $59. $56.
I tell you what, Scott. Would you
100.
like some exclusive intel?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I went all squeaky excitement there. Yeah, I would.
99.
Well, I can
140. Dan, you require
In
146.
the next leg, give you the fixtures for tomorrow afternoon's session here at the Live Lounge.
57. Devon, you require
Do
113.
that in the next leg. First things first, what can Peterson make of the 113?
Yeah, 74 left. 53. Dan, you require 89.
Good first from Aspbury. Can he match it with his third?
Game shot.
Yes,
the
he
second
can.
leg. Dan Aspbury.
So,
Third leg, it's Dan to
back-to-back
throw
breaks
first.
of throw.
Game on.
One apiece here.
So, would you like an exclusive, Scott?
58.
Because I can give you the fixtures for the first round of tomorrow's session. It'll be Richard McKee up against Niels Hindo. Ollie Howard
100.
will take on Dan Aspbury. And would you like to have a guess who Oliver King's going to play?
Somebody.
Devon Peterson.
59.
Then the final round of the day, we'll see Dan Aspbury take on Dev. Richard McKee take on Ollie Howard. And Niels Hindo will take on Oliver King. I can also
83.
tell you the fixtures for Group B on the opening night tomorrow. Mason Whitlock, oh my goodness, Mason Whitlock takes on Richie Bernett in game one. We really are setting
59.
the tone here, aren't we? Steve Hine will take on Ryan Brownley. Mike Gillett will take on Mason Whitlock. Then it'll be Bernett against Hine.
60.
Brownley against Gillett. Whitlock, Hine. Bernett against Brownley. Hine against Gillett. Brownley against Whitlock.
100.
And Gillett up against Bernett to round the night off.
$140. 55.
So
Devon,
Pearson
you require
looking at
118.
118 for the break in a 2-1 lead.
Tough first start there for Dev. He
94.
needed to
Dan, you require
be above the
170.
treble, but offers up a chance at the 170 for Aspbury. Not going to go.
56. Devon, you require 24. Game shot in the third leg. Devon Peterson.
Tidied up by Dev. Another break of throw. 3 breaks of
Fourth leg,
throw
it's
for the
Devon to
first
throw
3
first.
legs.
Game on.
Peterson will be hoping to break that tradition here. In leg 4, he will want to hold.
91.
Didn't really want that treble 17 with the second dart. Because then had to go back up the top. 131 with a left 370. And then, of course, Henry,
85.
as you know, he'd have been able to go 100, 100 and get a go at the 170. That's why players go that way. They are thinking
41.
of their finish well early and how quickly they can get to a finish in the minimum amount of darts.
Well, Devon will be here at the end of the year for the
60.
Global Championship. These are some of the players that he might join at the halfway point of the season in terms of the AGC UK Order of Merit. Johnny Barnes is the UK number 1.
93.
Michael Huntley, Tom Sykes and Jack Tweddle are in provisional qualifying spots. And then off the Championship Tour, it'll then go down to
96.
Carl Wilson, Christian Perez, Graham Hall and Kurt Parry.
129.
And the top player in all of the 11 ADC UK regions will also be given a automatic invitation to the end of year
100.
globals.
Devon, you require 147.
Believe me and you doing a bit of that again this year.
55.
Possibly.
require
I don't know what
160.
my people and the Modus people have got together and set up my working arrangements.
It's 'cause
84.
we did such a good job
Devon, you
last
require
year.
92.
Anyway, Devon looking at 92 for 3-1. 64 remaining.
44.
And so
Daniel
Aspbury
requires 76.
looking to square this game up at 2-2. Oh, can't be done now.
44. Devon, you require 48.
Double 16.
Game shot in the
Oh,
fourth
just
leg. Devon
nudges it off
Peterson.
the barrel into the bottom corner. Peterson 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg is Dan to
And
throw
on
first.
the cusp of winning
Game
this
up.
particular match.
$135.
Yeah, just check my diary, Henry. You're absolutely right. Yes, I am working with you that way. I don't know how you know. You're just super.
100.
It's because you literally told me last time we worked together.
Oh, I can't remember. That was ages ago. I try to forget our conversations.
97.
I don't like it taking up my brain space.
As does everybody else by the sounds of it.
60.
Sheer the amount of times there was in the gallery to just tell me to shut up.
99.
I don't believe it. They wouldn't do that in the gallery to somebody of your talent.
85. Dan, you require 170.
Personally, I blame Jared, but less of that.
60.
I think I'm going to... I enjoy your company, Henry. I'm hoping I get you for Secret
100.
Santa.
Dan, you require 110.
What type of horse hair would you like for your wig?
62. Devon, you
I
require
wouldn't. I'd buy you a
156.
karaoke machine or something. I would find something.
You know for a fact now you're not getting me. They'll rig that draw to ensure you're not there.
28. Dan, you require 48.
Anyway, this to keep the game going. 48 for Aspbury. 14 scored. Which means the lesser spotted double 17.
31.
Which you cannot
Devon, you
get.
require 128.
And so Peterson to win this game, looking at 128. Treble 20 for the bull.
54. Dan, you require 17.
To keep us going.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Dan Aspbury.
Yeah, nicely done from Dan there.
Sixth leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on. $95.
Yeah, right in the corner from Aspbury. Looking to finish his Group
100.
A campaign on a high.
$96.
Now he needs to go up and hit the treble to lead the
96.
170. He's unfortunate on the treble with his last dart.
55.
A couple of times now Asprey's gone that route to lead the 170. Rather than risk going for the 25 and leaving 160.
95. Dan, you require 170.
To take us all the way. Well, Asprey's not going to net the fish. Can Peterson bag the
56. Devon, you
115?
require
Is he going to go the bull
115.
route for the 115? No, he goes treble 20. Bit of a boring route, really, but he's achieved.
77.
Shot at a double to
Dan,
win
you
the
require
match.
114. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14.
Aspbury to save it. Double top to save it.
94.
Just drags low.
Devon, you require
So
38.
Peterson for 4-2 splits.
Game
Hits.
start and the match. Devon
And finishes
Peterson.
his Group A campaign with a win, a 4-2 win over Daniel Aspbury. That the tail of the tape. Let's get into our final match. Ryan Brownley takes on Niels Hindo.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Final game of the group is a meeting between Ryan Brownley and Niels Hindo as we round off the afternoon's action in this Group A. But the good news is we've got 2 sessions for you tomorrow and Friday, and we have got 13 hours a day of darts for you, because we'll get underway at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for Group C. We're going to see Niels Hindo in that, and then at 10 o'clock tonight we're going to watch Ryan Brownley as one of the 5 players that are participating in Group B at 10 o'clock tomorrow evening. We're not back tonight. Trust me, I need some sleep.
First leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on.
You can if you like, but I won't be there. Anyway, Brownley gets us underway.
$180.
How on earth did he squeeze that in there?
Well, nestled that 180 in perfectly.
100.
If you're in the Brownley
55.
corner overnight, what would you be saying to him ahead of his campaign in Group B, shall I say, on Thursday and Friday?
Well, I would say I kind of keep doing what you're doing, because the
100.
plus for him is that he's beaten Boris twice. And Boris has been pretty dominant, and the only one that looks like getting near him was Brownley. And the thing is,
58.
probably the downside for Ryan is probably those couple of games that he's sort of lost. One was to Devon today. And I got a
60.
feeling the other one was Devon on Monday. Having a quick back, I think it was. But on both occasions, Ryan averaged sort of 90 plus. So
41.
no real alarm bells need to be rung on that. I think that looking at the table, if it's a bit of glass half full for me, I think, yes, he would have liked to have won the group.
100.
But the fact that he's
Ryan, you require
best of the rest,
167.
I think you have to take that as a positive as well for one so young. So he's had some very good moments.
77.
That's a little unfortunate.
Niels, you require
But he's
141.
had some very good moments, you know, like 152 shot outs, 121s, 120. So he's stepped up when he's needed to.
129.
And you have to say that
Ryan, you require 90.
Niels has kind of had a better end to the day today than he's had all week so far.
I think there was a little fear about him in the middle of the session, but actually today is beginning to become his
43.
most profitable so far.
Niels, you require
2
12.
wins over the course of the session, and he could find himself 1-0 up if he finds his double six. Double three. In fact, he's won both of his last 2 matches.
9.
But he isn't going to lead this one
Ryan, you
just yet.
require
Brownley back for
47.
47. He's going to get 2 in hand at double top.
Game shot in the first leg. Ryan
The boy
Brownley.
from the northeast goes north on the board. Hits double top.
Second leg, it's Niels to throw
Takes
first.
the first
Game
leg of this last match today of Group A.
45. $38. $80. $82. $60. $93.
Well, Ryan Brownley's definitely given us some roof-raising moments over the course of the last few days.
95.
And he'll be hoping to give us another moment to savour when we get to the rest of the week. And he's actually going to be back for the Rising
95.
Stars, the Next Gen Cup here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He, Charlie Manby, Henry Coates, I think will be 3 of the favourites to
99.
pick up that particular title. And that's followed by the International Pairs Trophy.
66.
International Pairs
Niels,
2
you require 122.
the week after. Tops
82.
just above the bar.
Ryan, you require 127. 87. Niels, you require 40.
Yeah, nicely picked off by Brownley there. So under pressure. Last at double 5, talks to himself.
35.
Didn't quite
Ryan,
work
you
on this
require
occasion.
40.
So Brownley back for 2-0.
Looking at double top.
Game
And
shot in the
getting
second leg.
double top.
Ryan Brownley.
And getting himself into a 2-love lead.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on. $140. $55. $100. $100. $60. $180.
180 for Hindo. Couldn't really do anything about the situation, leaving himself on 166.
177.
Super stuff from Brownley, right back at him. And this is ironic. I was going to say, usually when you leave a bogey of that nature,
82.
you go treble
Ryan
20,
requires
treble 20.
24.
And then have no facility to get out. But Brownley has the facility to get out. It's double 12. Nothing silly with the first one. Down to last chance corral.
12. Niels, you
Squandered
require
it.
84.
Hindo will start at the top on treble 20. 14. Will he go big 14 or go greedy? He went greedy but got away with it. Bullseye.
36.
Not to be.
Ryan, you require 12.
But
No score.
opportunities have come
Niels,
to
you
pass, and
require
Hindo is
48.
back to reduce the gap. Back down to 2-1.
Game shot in the third leg. Niels Hindo.
Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
What does England against Denmark remind you of, Scott?
Well, just two flags that are the opposite way round.
60.
Was that infamous Euro semi-final, wasn't there? Harry Kane's penalty, rebounded back into the
100.
back of the net. The infamous commentary of Sam Matterface. Yes, yes, yes.
44.
And actually, I've had a suggestion from our producer today that England and Denmark, I suppose bacon probably the one thing that remind you
90.
of. But who's going to bring home the bacon when it comes to Saturday, Scotty? I can go to the co-op if you want.
Indeed, yeah.
60. $36. $100.
Brownley needs a treble here, and then he'll head off to the
47.
To the bullseye, but he didn't hit the treble, so didn't need to go for the centre of the board.
Yes. $87.
What a moment of timing from Ryan Brownley.
Niels, you require
You
150.
could see it coming from the very first dart. They were all follow my leader. That was Brownley's second 180 of the
45.
match.
Ryan, you require 48.
And you have to say it's shaken Niels a little here. Tops once more for Brownley. Tens.
28. Niels, you require 105.
So Neil's looking at 105 to square this game up at 2-2. And so Brownley 2 tens to move 3-1 to the good,
45.
2 clear, and then with the darts in the next.
Ryan, you require 20.
To complete to win, which will complete his group with success.
Game shot in the fourth
And
leg.
the
Ryan Brownley.
10 is found. 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on. $85.
Brownley 3-1 up, and you could tell that it's been a largely frustrating day for him so far.
137. $100. $99.
Well, that's more like it.
85.
Yeah, he kind of needed it because Hindo had nearly turned the throw.
$85.
I think he expected more there when he got to the board.
That 180 leads him on a single to double after 12 to get the job done for Niels Hindo. It's going to be a case now, you feel, of resetting and regrouping in Group C when it comes to Thursday and Friday afternoon's action, because it looks like now, to all intents and purposes, Ryan Brownley's going to get this one. It's been a frustrating day. Is he going to round off a frustrating day of a win?
Game chart and
yes,
the
is
match.
the
Ryan
answer.
Brownley.
Ryan Brownley, a 4-1 winner against Niels Hindo to end the day's play. That is statistical summary of the last match. Reaction and analysis to come in a couple of moments' time.
Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
Oh, Bosch.
5 bases through. Game, shot, and the match.
This is what we've seen today at the Super Series. The last few games, Ryan Brownley getting the better of Niels Hindo by 4-1. Devon Peterson beating Dan Aspbury by 4-2. Boris Kirchmar, well, he was the winner of the group. He ran his campaign off a 4-3 win against Richie Bernett. He's going to be in Group B alongside Ryan Brownley. We can have a look at the table now following the end of play in this Group A. And as you can see, Boris Kirchmar, the winner with 26 points, 4 points in the end from Ryan Brownley. And have a look at that, plus 32, one of the best legs difference we've ever seen here in a Group A. Bernett 14, Devon Peterson 14, but it was the legs difference of the African Warrior that led him down. Dan Aspbury 8 points, just didn't quite happen for him today. And Niels Hindo at the bottom of the table with just 3 wins, although 2 of them did come today. So this is how the tournament bracket looks for the rest of the week. Boris Kirchmar winning Group A, and then Group B, we're going to see the introductions of Mason Whitlock, Steve Hine and Mike Gillett to the action, alongside Ryan Brownley and Richie Bernett, who will be trying their luck for a second time this week. Whilst Group C, we'll see the introductions of Richard McKee, Ollie Howard and Oliver King. Both of those latter two there making their debuts in this competition, and they are going to join Devon Peterson, Dan Aspbury and Niels Hindo into that particular group, and that will take place Thursday and Friday afternoon, and it's a 1 o'clock start time here on Pluto TV. Every single dart today has been watched in the company of the former world champion Scott Mitchell, and we'll kick off with Boris Kirchmar. 26 points. He was just kind of head and shoulders above everybody else, wasn't he?
Really, he'd done all the work in the first 2 days. It was a case of a little bit after the Lord Mayor's show, really. It was a case of just going through the motions today, putting a couple of wins on the board and just asserting himself. And once he'd beaten Brownley, it was all plain sailing for him, really. He was sat back in his armchair and just watching the others battle it out for Group B.
Is he a typical example of a player that maybe on tour, the numbers that he was punching in can sometimes be susceptible when other players are playing their A game, but actually when you drop it down to this level, is more than good enough? I'd say it's not a great drop in level, but what I would say is that he was in a bit of more of a relaxed mode today. He really has had his game head on in the last couple of days. And so that when the damage is done. But I think even when Brownley went toe-to-toe with him a couple of times, he was left wanting on a couple of doubles, wasn't he? So if there is going to be a doubt for him on Saturday night, it may be when he's really pushed. Ryan Brownley, disappointing in the end for him?
Yeah, I genuinely thought that he had a chance at the top spot this morning. I thought that maybe Boris would feel that it was done and dusted. And ultimately, that was always going to come down to the head-to-head between the two of them. But unfortunately, Brownley had slipped up. Brownley had slipped up before with a loss to Devon Peterson a couple of games before he beat Boris. So, Boris knew that was a nothing game for him. So Brownley kind of made it easy for Boris to close it out today.
In terms of Richie Bernett, do we expect a better version of him in Group B?
Yeah, very much so. We do say that some players probably need a little line in the sand and jump over it. And I think on this occasion, on this visit, Richie needs that. He didn't have a good day on Monday and his doubling was awful. He never really recovered from that. He's always entertainment when he's in this room. You never get anything less than 110% from Richie. I expect to see a bit more of that tomorrow in that Group B.
Some very quick closing thoughts.
Boris is through and the worthy winner. I think that's fair enough to say. You would feel, looking at what we've seen, Brownley is going to be one of the ones that joins him on Saturday night. The groups, I feel, B and C are fairly open. I think if somebody comes in with the right attitude and says, I'm going to grab this group by, like a bull by the horns, I think it's there to be taken for whoever can string games together.
Scotty, always a pleasure. We have got the double shift tomorrow, so I look forward to seeing you then. Plenty coming up, though, across Pluto TV, across our 24-hour channel. We've got plenty of Tungsten Talks. We've got plenty of other interactive content for you as well across the network of channels. 35 hours worth of live darts for your entertainment every single week. And don't forget as well, at the end of the year, we're going to have the Global Championship for the very first time. We're going to be back tomorrow from 1 o'clock for the afternoon session, 10 o'clock as far as the evening session is concerned. But for me and Scott Mitchell, Thank you so much for your company. We shall see you tomorrow. It was Boris Kirchmar who is the king of Group A.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...